Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Community Spotlight. It would help if I transition to the correct scene. There we go. We've got a showcase here today of Ocarina of Time Master Quest 100% No SRM by Claire Lynn D, the brand new world record holder. Congratulations, by the way.
Thank you.
And we've got ZFG here on the virtual couch to help us walk through this. Before we get started, we would like to quickly go over a few hotfix related announcements. If you're watching on YouTube, you like to support our live content, you can tune in over twitch.tv/GDQ. Of course, if you have an Amazon Prime account, you have Twitch, you have Prime Gaming. You can subscribe once a month for free. We'd appreciate it if you would consider that, as Hotfix is funded in part thanks to subscriptions and bits. And if you missed any runs from Hotfix, we do pretty much everyday content at this point, showing off different speedruns of a variety of different things. You can go head over to YouTube, youtube.com/GameStoneQuick, where we've got an archive of all of our previous shows. And of course, tomorrow is Time Capsule, starting at 7 p.m. Eastern, hosted by Smooth Operative. It's a show about speedruns of games that were released in the same year, looking back at, a specific year in time and just showing off speedruns. They'll be featuring Fallout 3 and Little Big Planet, so make sure you tune in for that. It'll be a lot of fun. But we have Ocarina of Time Master Quest here today. So how are you both doing today?
I'm doing good. I'm ready to do this run.
I'm doing good.
So for people who haven't seen Master Quest before, what is the big, Cliff's Notes of what's different in this versus Ocarina of Time? What can people expect if they're used to seeing the base game here?
So, the only thing that is changed for, casual play is the dungeons are all, completely reworked. But there are also a couple of glitch differences just because we're playing on GameCube instead of VC. But that's pretty much it. It's just the dungeons. But the dungeons being different, actually changes the route a considerable amount. Definitely enough where you would, want to actually run this category as opposed to vanilla. I think it's more fun than vanilla, honestly.
Yeah, and a big change with how the dungeons are changed is it also changes what order you might want to get items from dungeons. There's certain items that you'd want to get really early in vanilla, but aren't in a dungeon in Master Quest, or take way too long to get in Master Quest, and you might have to reroute what dungeons you want to do in what order because of what items are more convenient or more inconvenient to get at certain times. So the dungeons being different ends up changing the overall structure of the run itself as well.
I imagine during, especially for an 100% run, that means you have completely different routing as compared to the vanilla 100%?
So there are a lot of parts that are pretty similar, especially when it comes to overworld stuff, just because it is exactly the same. Yeah. But the dungeon route is actually different.
Yeah, there's portions of the run that are significantly different, and then certain portions that are pretty similar that have a lot of similarities to original OOT. And so we'll go over which sections are really different and which are a little bit more the same.
Yeah, and we can probably start getting into stuff as we start, because we got a little bit of a cutscene to watch at the start. So when you are ready, why don't you give us a countdown?
Okay. Let me actually get to the file select screen. Alright. 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, so like we were talking about earlier, Master Quest, the game is only different in the dungeons. So a lot of the stuff in this game is very similar, but because the dungeons are so different, the route for going through the dungeons and also just the overall overworld route is going to be completely different. It is definitely a lot of fun. It is way more challenging than the vanilla game, in my opinion, which makes for a more fun experience. We're playing on the Japanese version of the game, and if you are one of the very few people who don't know why you would play on the Japanese game these days, it's because the text is actually faster than the English version, just because there's less text for the game to render, since the game renders one character per frame no matter what version of the game you're playing on, and Japanese just has the least amount of text. SRM. So a lot of people are going to be asking about SRM. Is SRM done in this run? SRM is possible on the Master Quest version of the game, but this run actually does not do SRM because it is banned for 100% in Master Quest. In my opinion, it kind of, in a way, SRM, as broken as it is, kind of makes playing Master Quest a little silly, since I feel like the game would be roughly the same. There would be a few differences, obviously, but it would become a lot more like vanilla if SRM was involved.
Yeah. With how busted SRM is, it ends up cutting out a lot of the stuff that's different in Master Quest in the first place. And so
yeah.
it becomes less different.
Right.
And yeah, because of how busted SRM is, we generally separate categories for it. So some categories allow it and some ban it. So we're just doing no SRM here.
Right. Everyone in chat is already starting with what is SRM. So why don't we give them the quick overview?
Oh
here
yeah,
to start.
so I can give a brief overview of SRM. So it's this glitch where you can make Link hold something that is invisible, where Link is supposed to be grabbing something, but the thing that he's grabbing is no longer there. So he's kind of just holding nothing. And you can have something load into the same spot in memory as what Link was supposed to be holding. And then using Link's position and angle data, you can actually start modifying certain things about what just loaded into the spot in memory where Link was holding, or where Link was supposed to be holding a thing. And being able to modify parts of memory like that leads to huge glitches, like getting items really quickly or warping everywhere. And so it's a ridiculously busted glitch, but again, for the purposes of this run, it won't be being used. Not that there will be a shortage of glitches in this run. This is still a very busted run, very broken, still typical Ocarina of Time glitches everywhere.
Yeah, I noticed that it says no SRM, no wrong warps. So I assume we'll still be zipping around the map for efficient routing.
Yeah, no SRM, but everything else is on the table, so we're going to be doing wrong warps, RBA, all the other big stuff. Also, one other thing to note about the version we're playing on. So, Master Quest was only officially released on the GameCube. It's a GameCube-only game, as opposed to the N64 original version, which has multiple different versions on N64, the Wii Virtual Console version, also on the GameCube version. But Master Quest is strictly GameCube only. And there's a few interesting quirks about that. One is a bit of a negative thing, is that saving and resetting the game is really slow. It's actually a pretty common technique used in Ocarina of Time speedrunning to save and reset to warp to specific places where the game will automatically take you back to after a save and reset. That ends up being significantly slower on the GameCube version, as well as some pausing being a bit slower. There's also, but it does have some other things that are similar to the Wii VC version, where there are certain glitches that would actually crash on the N64 version, but don't crash on the Wii VC or GameCube version. So that's a little benefit of Master Quest, is that it gets certain glitches that wouldn't crash otherwise it was on N64. And so this beginning section is just collecting rupees to get the sword and shield. Still pretty standard OOT opening.
Yep, we need the sword and shield. Not like right away, but we definitely need the sword right away. Well, I failed the West, but we'll see if we can get the backup West escape. West stands for Water Extended Super Slide, and it's basically just this really fast backwards movement that you're seeing. And you can use it to escape the forest. I failed it there. It's a little bit harder to get that backup. So we're just going to do another way to escape the forest. There's about 1 million ways to escape the forest in this game. Alright, cool. And now we're out. We need to escape the forest because we're going to get some items before we come back. We actually are coming back in Child because there's a very important item in the Deku Tree that's going to allow us to do some shenanigans later.
Yeah, so this run ends up doing a lot of stuff out of order. So even though it looks like the Deku Tree skipped there, we are going to go back. This game, just doing things out of order is just generally much faster than the intended order.
Right, and of course we have to go back anyways because this is 100% after all. You still have to beat every dungeon and kill all the Skulltulas. That's
Yeah,
one thing that's
this early
really
part.
nice about
Go ahead.
100%. Yeah, that's one thing that's really nice about 100% in this game is you get to like see all of the dungeons, like you get to go through all of them. Other categories will just like skip most of the dungeons or not do them at all. So I think this category is a really good showcase for Master Quest in general.
Yeah, especially in the dungeons, because the dungeons were all redesigned, like have different layouts and like different puzzles and stuff. You get to see a lot of really new and interesting strategies in the dungeons. Like you're still using glitches to skip a lot of stuff in the dungeons, but you get to see a lot of things that are very different from how they would be in regular OOT. So you get some really cool dungeon strategies. And so this beginning part of the run is mostly setup and collecting like really important early game items. So that's why we're not going to Decatry right away. It is important, but for a bit later. So this early part is going to pick up a few important items. First one being at Kakariko. So we're going to backwalk all the way across the field.
Yeah, over long distances, backwalking is the fastest way to move without using glitches, obviously. With using glitches, you can go way faster than this. But since we don't really have any items right now, we have to backwalk all the way across Hyrule.
It won't be too long, though, until we do something a bit faster.
Yeah, so this is another West or Water Extended Super Slide like I was doing in the forest earlier. The only reason to do that is just to skip the owl text. It is a little bit faster, but the main reason is to skip that owl text.
Yeah, and the way that trick works is you have to hold very slightly outside the dead zone on the control stick. So it's a very precise position on the control stick. You have to just barely be touching it. And it makes Link kind of just shuffle his feet. And if you're just doing it on flat land, he won't actually move. But if you have any speed while doing it, then it locks your speed. And so if you do that, like with a jump slash recoil going into the water and then back on land, you get to keep that speed from the jump slash recoil, which is very fast. It's significantly faster than backwalking, and so you get to preserve that speed and use it as an actual form of movement. And that'll be used a lot throughout the run. And so this early part, this is everyone's favorite part of the game, collecting Cuccos. So there's this little side quest in Kakariko where you collect these Cuccos around and throw them in a pen and you get a bottle for it. And bottles are not only just required for 100%, but also an incredibly important item for going fast because they let you do tons of glitches.
Yeah, it's definitely saying something in a run or in a game that's as broken as this that we would go out of our way to get this bottle now, just because of how broken it is.
Yeah, because right now, while there is a lot of stuff to collect in Kakariko, this is the only thing we'll be collecting right now. So making a specific trip just for this one bottle is a big deal.
It's also a portion of the run that I think people have seen many times if they've paid attention to the progression of any percent over the years. Because this used to be every Indiana percent run for quite a while.
If you have seen an Ocarina of Time speedrun, you have probably seen this many times. This is potentially like the second most iconic part of OOT speedrunning, minus like Ganondorf. And there's the bottle.
Alright, so now we're just gonna leave Kakariko. It's the only thing we wanted here. I'm gonna get these bugs real quick, because I'm going to need them in a few minutes. And then we're actually going to go all the way across Hyrule now to Gerudo Valley, because we want to get some bomb chews. And in vanilla, there's bomb chews in Bottom of the Well, but they're not there in this version of the game, so we have to go all the way to Gerudo if we want to get bomb chews. And bomb chews is another like really good item to have early in the game. Bombs and bomb chews are very, very broken items.
Yeah, in this, like, the core of almost any OOT speedrun is get explosives, bombs, or bomb chews as quickly as possible. Once you get one of those, then the world opens up to you.
So we're just gonna
But
do
here we have
another
another.
west. Yeah, just
Yeah,
all the
this
way
one.
across Hyrule Field.
Yeah. And yeah, so the thing about the bomb cheese being in a different place in Master Quest versus Ocarina of Time, that's another big thing where the differences in how the dungeons work actually affects stuff outside of the dungeons. Because in regular OOT, the bomb chews are an item you can get in Bomb of the Well, which with glitches you can get pretty fast. Since they're not there in this, and they're in a completely different place in Master Quest, you have to do, because bomb chews are so important to get really early on, you have to do a completely different early game to get those quickly.
So now I'm gonna do a trick called Cuckoo Jump, where I'm gonna use this Cuckoo to get over this gate right here and get into Gerudo Fortress.
Yeah, this is a classic, really old glitch. So you're not supposed to get to Gerudo Fortress as child. There's supposed to be this gate blocking you, and you're just not supposed to get past it. But with a precise jump, and this Cuckoo assisting you, you'll be able to just barely jump over it.
Just wait for those guards to pass, and then this block is really funny. You just roll in between those two, just go to the top.
What the heck? That looks
Yeah.
so weird.
Yeah,
If you
that's
actually
one
break
of
both of
the.
those boxes, it'll just float in the air.
Yeah. Yeah, that's actually one of the oldest big sequence breaks in OOT. That's like, I think it's coming up on 15 years ago. Actually, no, yeah, I think it was found in like March of '06. I think it's like almost 15 years since that was found.
Yeah, wow.
That was like one of the first big OOT sequence breaks. And then the next thing is going into Gerudo Fortress. So Gerudo Fortress is blocked off by another gate that you're not supposed to get to. But child can get there anyway by jump slash clipping him like that. And
here's our
here's
bomb
the
chew.
treasure.
We only want the bomb chews. We will have to come back here later again. This is going to be a common theme, especially in the early game, is going to dungeons, getting the item, and then leaving.
Yeah, well, while backtracking is generally not something you want to do in speedrunning, sometimes when like one really important item is in place, even if you can't complete that place yet, it just, even though you have to add in backtracking, it's still worth it overall, because bomb chews are just that important.
Yeah,
And now another gate that is blocking the way, you can side hop up to this out of bounds area, and
Turned a little bit too far.
but yeah, you can get over to this out of bounds area and get past this gate.
Alright, there we go. And that guard right there won't actually catch you. I think she's just like a different person altogether.
And then continuing with child not going to areas where child isn't supposed to be, we can do a Hess over this river of sand, so or just backwalk. But yeah, you're supposed to get over this with either long shot or hover boots, both items that child can't use. But with a precise backwalk on the side, you can actually get over the whole thing.
Yeah, unfortunately I failed the Hess. That Hess, I don't know why, sometimes I just have a lot of trouble with it. Two Hesses can be a little bit tricky.
Yeah, especially when you're doing it in sand, because the sand is like trying to slow you down, and then it just kind of messes with your timing.
Yeah, if you notice I was like kind of back walking slowly so I wasn't stuck in the sand when I actually tried to do the Hess. Because if you just back walk all the way there, it'll like, you'll go to the river before you actually like can do the Hess.
So is it safe to assume that you're basically just doing a lot of things to set yourself up to do glitches that will save way more time later on?
Pretty much, yeah. This early game is a lot of setup, and then once the setup is done, like maybe an hour or so in, then it's like a lot of dungeon rushing, just lots of collecting after that. And then also we have a Skulltula up here. This is another one where you're not supposed to get this quite yet. Because you're supposed to use either the boomerang or hookshot. Well, I guess hookshot because you're supposed to be here as adult. But you can hover up to that. And the way that's done is you get a glitch called the infinite sword glitch, where you do a crouch stab and interrupt your crouch stab with something, like some action, like picking up an item or talking to Navi or something like that. And it causes your sword hitbox to be out infinitely. And then if you shield damage during that, you'll kind of stay in the air. And so doing that, you can kind of just float up and hover up, and so you can use that to hover up to the gold Skulltula and grab the token.
Going back to talking about the early days of Ocarina of Time speedrunning, like you were mentioning with like the gate skip there, bomb hovering was the basis of so much early Ocarina of Time stuff, wasn't it?
Yeah. Bomb hovering was another thing found like in the early days that really opened up a lot of stuff. It actually ended up opening up more stuff in Majora's Mask. It was like kind of found at the same time in both OT and Majora's Mask. But was still very useful in early OT as well. Yeah, that's one of the the basic pillars of like early OT speedrunning was like Choco jump and bomb hovering and infinite sword glitch and super sliding.
Yeah, I feel like infinite sword glitch might have been one of those glitches that a lot of people like did accidentally.
Yeah, it's something that like I'm sure there were certain people that did it accidentally, but we don't have any like video proof before like 2006 or so.
So we're just gonna get this Skulltula from the soft soil patch now. It's just one thing that we're gonna do since we're already coming all the way out here to Desert Colossus anyway, so that way we never have to come back as child. And all we're gonna do here is just get more bomb chews, and then after that we're just gonna leave straight away.
Yeah, Spirit Temple luckily just has a giant supply of bomb chews right here.
And you may have noticed that I'm down to 1/2 of a heart. That is not unintentional. We are actually going to be taking a death intentionally pretty soon. Master Quest, or the GameCube version of this game in general, has a really slow save and reset, and after we're done here, we want to go straight back to Kokiri Forest because we're going to go to Deku Tree. And the fastest way to do that is actually just dying and then saving and quitting. And then we get to see this cutscene with Sheik as Child Link. And you'll see Child Link like kind of jump up and down a lot in this cutscene because it's trying to fit him into Adult Link's model. And it's a little weird.
Yeah, and then getting this song early is also just a big benefit for later in the run. This is again more part of the setup. Like being able to come here and get both a huge supply of bomb chews and this song that speeds up Adult a lot is really nice.
Yeah, having the Requiem of Spirit is really nice for routing because it basically means that you're kind of free to do Spirit whenever you want, and also it frees up one of the wrong warps that you will do later in the run. Because in Vanilla you use a wrong warp to like warp here from Deku Tree, but since we have Requiem, we don't actually have to do that, so we have another wrong warp that we can do instead. So yeah, there we just die intentionally.
Fake shock noises. You died.
Yeah. Oh no.
Gotta love that meme.
Yeah. Very common strategy in Zelda speedrunning in general.
Yeah, you're gonna see us die a lot in this run. Oops.
Yeah, so saving and resetting in the overworld just always puts Link either back at Kokiri Forest as child or back at the Temple of Time as adult. And so really convenient way to just warp all the way across the map.
Yeah, I don't even know if there's actually a way to get out of there other than save warping as child.
Unless you want to go all the way back through the desert and hover over the gate. which is not ideal.
It's not very fast, I don't think. Alright, so now we're gonna go to the Deku Tree. But, like I said, we're not gonna beat the Deku Tree right now, we just need to go to the Deku Tree to get one of the most broken items to have this early in the game. Believe it or not, the Slingshot. Having Slingshot is like a really good item in this run, but you actually will never shoot a Slingshot seed in this run. So, I'll give you that to think about. Why would I need the Slingshot if I'm never going to shoot a Slingshot seed?
Is it because it's 100%?
Well, right, but we
Partially,
could get
but
that
there's-
at any time, right?
There's even more to it than that. It has a secret use.
Yeah, why would we go all the way out of our way to do it, I guess, is the better question. If we're not going to beat the dungeon. Alright, so here's Navi's just gonna teach us how to climb vines, but we already know how to do that. There's a Skulltula on this wall, but if you aggro it and then stop moving, it'll like stop going after you, and you can just move right past it while it's like going back to its home. And then we just have to climb all the way to the top of the Deku Tree to get the Slingshot, because it is in a different location than vanilla. Okay, so you can't actually skip this this text if you press A on the same frame that you land, but I failed it there. That's fine. It's just like a couple text boxes. It's not that big of a deal. And Deku, or Goma eggs, I guess they are, they die in one hit to Deku Nuts. So you can clear out this room really fast just by throwing 3 precise Deku Nuts. And
Yeah,
you can
Deku
get the
Nuts.
Slingshot.
Deku Nuts are kind of an underrated item from casual play. Like, a lot of people just kind of think they're not that useful, but in speedrunning, they have a lot of really cool uses, like just clearing out a bunch of enemies like that, or just stunning enemies to be able to kill them much quicker.
Okay, so that's all we needed from Deku Tree. Now we're just gonna leave again. You can do a little cool side hop right there to turn yourself in the air.
Yeah, so Deku Tree will be finished later, but it's just faster to put it off until later. I should have put it off until we're both better equipped, and there's something else that can be done with Deku Tree later on that we can't do right now. And then a cool little west to get out of the forest quicker. Ooh, nice.
Yeah, I'm glad I at least got one west escape. That one is considerably harder than the first one, but it's fine.
Get the hard one, not the easy one.
Okay, I need to hit this Hess, or else we're gonna have to wait for night. Alright, cool, we're gonna wait for night.
Oh no.
Yeah, so time of day here is really tight. You need to do a Hess to make it to the castle before nighttime, or else the drawbridge will go up. And also, it's gonna make the day-night cycle a little bit longer in this next section, but it's not that big of a deal. It's just like a couple of minutes lost. We can sit here and do some cool flips while we wait.
Do a flip. The gainers.
I assume since this early game is just setting up a lot of stuff for later, there's not even much you could do while you're waiting on the night cycle here.
No,
Yeah.
we literally just have to wait. Luckily, the day-night cycles aren't like too long.
Link's just practicing his parkour skills while we
And
wait.
just practicing his moves. Also, like, maybe not well-known thing is if you're standing on the path, the little stall children actually won't spawn. So that's why we haven't seen any stall children here.
You know what you should do? Is if you stand on the stone things, you can like make them spawn in the water and just instantly die.
Oh, it was too late. It's fine.
You should have done that.
I should have done it. Oh, almost forgot. So we're gonna be getting a little bit of money right here. We do have to buy some stuff in this run, so getting money right now is not a bad thing to do.
Yeah, and here you have to leave and re-enter Hyrule Castle here, just because it makes Malon spawn here. She's not. You have to talk to her to get an egg that hatches into a Cuckoo, and she's not there the first time you enter the map. Normally, you're supposed to like get caught first, and then you see her, but you can just leave and re-enter the area to spawn her.
Alright, I need to get a heart here, because I need to do a trick with that heart. Oh, I got a slingshot for her. Drop, that's cool. This trick I'm about to do requires taking damage, so usually I would have enough health at this point, but since I messed up those Hesses, you just gotta get a little bit of health real quick. That's fine. I'll take full health. Okay, ZFG, if you want to explain this next trick that I'm about to do.
Yeah, so what she's gonna do right here is she just bombed herself and then just somehow got a bottle on B. So the way that works is if you have an item in your hand, and when you try to swing a bottle, the game will... Whenever you catch something in a bottle, the game just updates the last button pressed and puts whatever you caught in that bottle. Because normally, the last button pressed should always be your bottle, right? So in that case, what she did is took damage and shielded the damage, and in between two different shield hits of the damage, pressed the B button, which made the B button the last button pressed, but the second shield hit interrupted pulling out the sword, so that the bottle was still in her hand. Then when you swing the bottle just by releasing the shield button instead of pressing the actual bottle button, it goes over the B button. And having a bottle on B is really special because when you get a bottle on B, the game has to put that memory somewhere. There isn't like a normal inventory slot for the B button. And what it actually ends up doing is looking at your C right button and modifying certain parts of your inventory based on what you have on C right. And what did you have on C right? Was it empty bottle?
Yeah, it was empty bottle.
Yeah. So when you do that, when you catch something on your B button with empty bottle on C right, that actually puts something in your third bottle slot. So now next time she pauses, you'll see there's actually two bottles, a bottle in both the first slot and the third slot, completely skipping the second slot. And so that's only one particular use of it. That's going to be used in a few different parts throughout the run. And so that just gets another bottle really quickly.
Yeah, RBA is definitely a really broken glitch. and we're going to use it a lot in the run. But right now, the only thing we really need is that second bottle, because we're going to want to put something in that later. And this is probably the worst side effect of missing Castle Before Night, is you get to wait the whole day-night cycle for the egg to hatch.
Yeah.
So we're just gonna be chilling here for a while. We need to wake up Talon here, so we have to wait for the egg to hatch. But it's fine. It's not like this is a PB attempt or anything. Just get to sit here and listen to him snore. He's so peaceful.
And also, one extra thing to mention about that extra bottle that was gotten. So, getting that extra bottle with RBA does not necessarily mean that it is another bottle that counts for 100%. So, in 100%, you have to get each item from its original source. What that means, like, for the bottles, you have to get each of the 4 bottles that you can get in the game, not just have 4 bottles in your inventory. So, even though she has 2 bottles right now, she still has to get the 3 other real bottles. So, what that does is, it means she has extra bottles to work with, but still needs to get all of the other bottles.
Right.
So
do you want to
also-
explain, like, everything you have to get for 100%? I don't
Yeah,
think we've done that yet.
So the actual definition for 100%, everything you have to get is all 100 Skulltulas, which similarly you have to get each individual Skulltula and not just have 100 of them. Some of you may be aware of like the old glitches to duplicate Skulltulas to get 100 from the same Skulltula. That's not technically banned, but you do need to get each individual Skulltula. So if you really wanted to, you could, but that's not going to stop you from having to get each Skulltula. Same applies to heart pieces, all the extra heart pieces, all of the items, and all of the highest upgrades. So there's some items that have multiple tiers of upgrades. Only the highest one is required. For example, strength upgrades, you have the Goron bracelets, silver gauntlets, and gold gauntlets, but only the gold ones are required. We only need the highest upgrade. So yeah, all the gold Skulltulas, hearts, items, upgrades, all those things are required for 100%. And now that Talon's finally awake, we can do this damage boost to get up here. That just skips pushing some boxes, and this gets you to the best part of the game, the guards.
Yes.
You just
Everyone's
gotta-
favorite part.
Everyone loves this part. So if you're lucky, you can just slide hop past all these guys. If you do absolutely perfect slide hops, they can't actually catch you if you only land on the ground for 1 frame. That's usually pretty hard to do, but sometimes you get it and you skip them anyway.
Yeah, that guard is pretty free to skip because you only have to do like a couple frame perfect side hops. He just won't catch you. If you go through the transition, he won't catch you. So
Yeah,
I usually, if he's in that corner, I just go for it anyways.
yeah.
So the general idea of what I was getting from your explanation on source requirements is you can get an item from another source for speed, but you still need to pick it up anyway from where you're supposed to get it.
Yeah, exactly. So you can glitch an item early if you want, as long as you still get the real version at some point.
And I'm assuming that's what that slingshot was for, so you could turn it into a bottle.
No, so that was
no,
actually
that
the real
was-
slingshot.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
we need
it
to keep
was,
all that in our inventory until the end of the run. So we would not do
Yeah.
over it.
Yeah, the glitch to get the second bottle early, that was just with the bottle itself.
Okay.
That wasn't using... It was just using an extra bomb to start the glitch, but it was just basically the bottle creating another bottle. And that's how bottles are born.
That's where bottles come from.
That's really weird when you stop and think about it, because you're creating a bottle with explosives, which normally shouldn't mix together. Glass and explosives.
Yeah, don't think too hard about it.
Yeah, if you're thinking too hard about the real world ramifications of these speedruns, it's not going to end well for you.
Yeah, just wait until we get into the discussion about the Hyrule economy and how
Oh no.
how we're ruining the economy with item duping.
Is it ruining the economy if Link never sells any of it?
He's hoarding the wealth.
You can.
Yeah, basically, Link is pretty much just a literal god in this game and can do whatever he wants. It's a nice little cutscene here. We're getting some lore about the world from Zelda. I'm sure we all love this part. It's a nice break. 30 minutes into the run.
How many times have you seen this cutscene?
I don't want to know. If I knew the answer to that question, or just if ZFG knew the answer to that question.
That is a question that gets asked by Twitch chat so often. How many times have you seen this cutscene? And that's just a cutscene that OT speedrunners don't want to think about. But thankfully, there are some cutscenes we can skip, like this.
Exactly. So, using death, you can actually skip a lot of cutscenes in this game, and we will be abusing that a lot, especially in the early game when we have very little health. But there are some cutscenes you just can't skip.
Yeah, so the important reason that cutscene skip works is because that's the cutscene where you learn Zelda's Lullaby, and you actually get the song as soon as the cutscene starts. So like the frame the cutscene starts, you instantly now have Zelda's Lullaby. So by entering the cutscene as soon as you die, you instantly get it, and then the game over scene like takes priority, and you can just respawn, skipping the whole cutscene. Thankfully, there's a good number of cutscenes that you can skip like that. That won't be the first time, or won't be the only time we do something like that. Unfortunately, not every cutscene works like that, so there's some cutscenes we can skip. We'll be able to skip a good amount. Some we can't.
Speaking of another cutscene we can't skip, we're about to get a real good one.
Yeah, so you're supposed to get 3 spiritual stones by beating 3 of the child dungeons to get past the Door of Time here. But there is a crack in the Door of Time, just wide enough for a child Link to slip through. Oh no.
This run is going very well so far, I think.
Wow, that death plane is very far down. How many different ways are there to skip Door of Time?
So it depends on how you want to define that, because for just like general movement tricks to skip it, pretty much just that. But then when you get into some of the more complicated glitches you could do, there's like you can use RBA to get the Song of Time early, and then open it like with the Song of Time but without getting the real Song of Time. Or you can wrong warp in or void warp in or SRM it open, or there's a bunch of other crazy weird things you can do. Or SRM to become adult and just skip the Master Sword. But
I didn't know you
when it
could
comes
do
to
that
just
one.
yeah, when it comes to just like actually moving Link past the Door of Time, that's the only one.
Okay.
Yeah, and unfortunately, in 100%, I don't think you can even skip it in SRM because you need this cutscene to get the Light Medallion.
Yeah.
So no matter what, you're gonna watch this cutscene. So this is definitely a good like break time if you wanted to go to the bathroom or anything.
Yeah,
This
if
is
you
a
need to
good
grab
time
a
to do
snack,
it.
drink some water. Remember to stay hydrated.
We gotta stay hydrated.
Rip and Peaches, stay hydrated, bot. We miss you.
Oh, I haven't thought about that in a long time. I didn't even notice it was gone, really.
So you mentioned earlier
Oh, yeah,
that you think more people should be running Master Quest. What's your favorite thing about Master Quest over vanilla?
I just like the different dungeons. I feel like when you played regular OT long enough, it's definitely a refreshing change of pace. Because, you know, like, most of the glitches still work the same, and you get, like, new challenges in the dungeons, and there's, like, different things you have to do in them. And there's usually, like, different routes for it. It's pretty nice. I like it as a change to regular Ocarina of Time, for sure.
Yeah, and some of the strategies used in dungeons are like really creative and things you wouldn't see in regular Ocarina of Time much.
Yeah, there's
Also,
definitely... You can go ahead.
go ahead. Okay, yeah. One other thing I wanted to mention about Master Quest is the 3DS version. So on Ocarina of Time 3D, you can also unlock Master Quest on that. And the Master Quest on OT 3D actually has a few extra differences. Being the world is flipped, the world is mirrored, kind of like Twilight Princess on the Wii. And also you take double damage in that. So those are differences specific to the 3D version. A lot of people like kind of get them mixed up and think those are also differences in the original version, but those are just for 3D.
Yeah, I remember trying to play Master Quest on 3D, and the flipped world threw me off so much.
Yeah, it's so disorienting when you're so used to the regular world.
It's kind of amusing that this is our second meeting of Sheik, not the first.
Yeah. Yeah, the lore definitely gets ruined when speedrunning quite a bit. I forgot. Do you do how late is Lighter cutscene in this?
It's pretty late, but it's
Oh,
not
is
before
is
OT. Or what are
okay.
you asking about?
I was wondering if is there a Sheik cutscene post Lighter cutscene?
I wonder. I don't think so, actually. I think that part is safe.
Okay, yeah. But yeah, there are some Ocarina of Time speedruns where the Light Arrow cutscene's done earlier, and then you see a separate cutscene with Sheik later, which does not make sense lore-wise, but you know, speedrunning.
So yeah, I had to save and reset right there. Even though I skipped the Door of Time as child, the Door of Time is still there as adult if you haven't opened it, and it is solid on both sides. Luckily, if you save and reset, you can just go to the other side of the door, since that's just where it puts you. And right now, that is the only way that I could have gotten out of that place, is to save and reset. And you also got to see the lovely reset for GameCube. It's like 30 or 40 seconds.
Yeah. Got to go through the menu to choose which one you want, and then sit through the disk loading, and then finally get to the game, and then choose your file.
Nice little example for why you're avoiding saving, like saving and quitting as much as you can.
Right. If it's at all possible, I do not want to save and quit.
Yeah, that's why you pretty much want to try death warping if you can.
So we're gonna go ahead and start the adult trade quest here. Get the pocket egg, I think. Yeah, the pocket egg. Obviously we need to get Big Goron Sword, but there's actually a lot more uses to the trade items than just getting Big Goron Sword in this run. And we'll definitely explain those as they happen. First things first, we need a shield. Shield is a very good item for doing glitches. Luckily there's one right here in the graveyard, and then after this we're going to go to Dampé and get the hook shot, which is actually what Sheik told us to do, so this might be the first thing we're actually doing in order.
It's impressive, actually, like, doing the thing that Sheik told you to do immediately.
Oh no, I grabbed the grave instead of jump slashing. Killing this Poe is a little
Nice.
tricky because you don't have a
Oh, you
shield
didn't.
equipped
He's
right
not-
now, so I have to jump slash it. And it can be a real pain in the butt sometimes if you don't get the quick kill.
Yeah, so that Poe is going to be important coming up soon. Poes normally, like small Poes like that, are generally not that important of an item. You just like kind of drink it and it'll randomly either take away health or refill your health. But it has another special use that will be abused quite a bit in this run that'll come up soon. And so this is the Dampe race. You just gotta keep up with Dampe and he'll give you the hook shot. And like throw flames at you that are very annoying.
Yeah, I'm getting pretty unlucky with the flames.
Are the flames deterministic? Like, if you do the same thing every time, they'll go in the same spot, or is it just sort of random?
It's completely luck.
Yeah.
Or to say that you could not influence where he throws them.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Technically, nothing is like actual luck.
Yeah,
but-
like a task would still be fine, but realistically, like if you're just doing Dampe normally, you're not gonna be able to influence it at all. Yeah, the RNG in this game is really generally not manipulatable. The RNG is like way too many things affect it. It moves way too fast. Like you're not really gonna. There's no real RNG manipulation in this game. As much as we wish, in 100% there would be.
That's for sure. Alright, you can jump back through that door after it closes to void back to the front of that grave. Because we don't actually want to go to the windmill right now, we actually want to go to Shadow Temple. And we're going to do a glitch to get up there if ZFG wants to explain what it is and like
Yeah.
how it works.
Yeah, so what she's gonna do here is bonk into the shed, and then it's gonna look like she's just standing still. What you try to do is take out the hookshot, and this causes this weird glitch where Link is kind of repeatedly pulling out the hookshot for a few frames, and if you do it on the third time there and try to shoot the hookshot really quick, you get a really huge jump. What happened there is like Link was only able to take out the hookshot for a few frames at a time, and otherwise was like completely frozen and unable to move. And after the third time, enough frames have passed so Link can actually shoot the hookshot, but it gets interrupted by going back to that like kind of frozen state. And when the hookshot gets interrupted like that, and you hookshot something, then Link ends up getting a huge jump. So by doing that, she could jump up onto like a little side area and walk all the way up to Shadow Temple. And in front of Shadow Temple, there's supposed to be a bunch of torches that you're supposed to light with Din's fire in order to open this big door in front of Shadow Temple to open it. But there's also a loading trigger on the stairs, and by side hopping over the stairs, you completely skip that load trigger, and so the door isn't even there. You can just walk right into Shadow. And so the reason going to Shadow really early on is important is because Shadow Temple has the hover boots, and hover boots are a super good item. And in normal OOT, you can kind of go straight to them, but in Master Quest, you have to do a few extra things to go get hover boots. You have to go down here first and grab a small key. And also, that was a clip through a wall. There's a very precise place you can mega flip and just clip through the wall there, skipping a puzzle that involves that spinning thing. You have to like spin it around in order to open the gate. Also, we didn't explain mega flipping. So that big backflip there was a mega flip. If you roll into a bomb and then backflip, you get a really high amount of speed while backflipping. And that's good for crossing gaps and stuff like that.
Yep, and now we need to do another mega flip to get back through. This gate is only solid from one side, so you can just walk right through it. And in this room, there's a Song of Time block, and then there's a eye switch that you're supposed to hit, but you can actually skip both of them with like really precise glitches. You can damage boost through this Song of Time block,
Yeah, this room used to be a big problem for Master Quest speedruns for a really long time because the normal way to get through this room is you would need both Song of Time and the bow, and those were both items that you would not have early on in the adult section. And getting Song of Time is super out of the way. Getting the bow, you generally want to have the hover boots before the bow, at least for speedrunning purposes. And so these tricks are really good. That was 1 damage boost to clip through the Song of Time block, and then this Mega Flip to get through this block that an ice switch would cover, or that would control. So using those, we can get to Dead Hand early.
And then the dead hand fight is like exactly the same, so nothing new there. But yeah, getting to the hover boots, unlike in vanilla, is like actually an ordeal.
Yeah, in vanilla you kind of just walk through. There's not really any obstacle stopping you. But the rule is hover boots, and these are a really good item to have early on. This is a really late game item, so a lot of like earlier game portions are not meant to have hover boots, not meant to have like something you can actually cross bigger gaps with. And then also when combining it with stuff like hessing and super sliding, you can cross even bigger gaps or do bigger jumps. So hover boots are just generally a very good item to have early on. And here we're going to see another use of reverse bottle adventure. It's the glitch that was done earlier to get a bottle on B, which modifies parts of your inventory based on the item you have on C right. So here she equipped that Poe on C right, and this is what's special about the Poe is that it modifies your bomb chew count. If you saw, her bomb chew count just went to 29 because now using RBA and the Poe on C right, you can just start modifying your bomb chew count, and giving yourself a ton of bomb chews is super great in a speedrun. And also, we have a fan favorite trick here. So he's going up and down the stairs. This is actually doing something. This is supposed to unload a gravestone. So there's a certain thing that has to do with the rain in here that is getting loaded repeatedly over and over. And at some point, the game is going to have to start unloading stuff because too much stuff is loaded. And so there's this gravestone blocking the Sun Song grave that's not there anymore, and you can just go right in.
Yeah, so even though we have Zelda's Lullaby, it's still faster to just unload the grave.
Yeah, the cutscene is deceptively long. You don't think it's that long of a cutscene until you actually time it, and then it's like, oh my god, this cutscene did not be this long.
So here's another really useful item in this run, the Sun Song. There's a lot of Skulltulas in this game that only appear at night, so having a way to manipulate night and day is definitely a good thing to have early on. So now that we're done getting that, we're just gonna get the other Dampe race. There's 2 Dampe races that you do. One for the hookshot, and then one has to be under a minute to get a heart piece. But for speedruns, getting under a minute is kind of trivial. So it's basically just 2 of the exact same race, back to back. He keeps getting me with the ones around the corner, man.
Those ones seem real rude.
The extra rude ones is when he puts one right in front of the door and you get hit back through the door and you get crushed and you have to restart the race.
Oh no.
Yeah, like that one.
Oh no.
You tried.
He really likes doing that. That's maybe his favorite bit that he does regularly. Alright, yeah, so even though I got hit by like 4 fires, it was still under a minute. It's pretty easy to do if you know where to go. Now I'm gonna clip through this Song of Time block right here. Song of Time blocks, I don't know if their collision is just really weird or something, but there's definitely a lot of weird tricks we're gonna do with Song of Time blocks in this run. This is definitely not the most wacky one, but that one you can just go like straight through if you have the right angle and you get damaged.
Yeah, Master Quest in general just kind of likes to throw Song of Time blocks everywhere. It's like
They really love the Song of Time blocks.
There is a decent amount in regular OOT, but Master Quest is just like we need some cube object here. Use the Song of Time block.
And it's really rude because they do it in the child dungeons when you wouldn't have Song of Time anyways. So it basically, there's like built-in making you go back to dungeons in this game.
Yeah.
So we're gonna play Sun Song here again to make it daytime. This is just so the egg will hatch and give us the chicken, and then we can go wake up Talon. But before we do that, we're gonna do a little bit more RBA. So I'm gonna drop bugs with the chicken on C right, and then catch with hookshot. And so what that'll do is put a bottle over the ice arrow slot with the hookshot, and then the chicken actually gives you the adult wallet, and then I think gold scale. I'm not entirely sure about that. It's either the egg or the chicken that gives it.
Yeah, it's the chicken. Yeah, egg also gives what was it? Glitched slingshot upgrade, I think.
Yeah, it's glitched slingshot and then sticks. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, sticks. Yeah, that was a lot of RB. So again, quick recap. It's got a glitched stick upgrade that holds I think 20 Deku sticks. Glitched slingshot bag upgrade that I think holds, is it 30 or 10?
It doesn't hold any.
Or yeah, it's 0. So yeah. A 0 slingshot upgrade. A bottle over the ice arrow slot, and the adult's wallet and the gold scale. All just from catching stuff on the bottle on B.
Does the glitched 0 ammo slingshot mean that it just removes all ammo you have and you can't pick up any?
Yeah, it means that if you use a single C, you'll automatically go down to 0. And then if you try to pick any up, it just will not go above 0.
Oh my goodness, that's so weird.
Yep. Luckily, we don't actually need seeds. And actually, this will allow us to skip an upgrade later. So it works in our favor.
Yeah, that 0 seed bag is more of a side effect than what we really need to do. But yeah, it does end up helping skip an upgrade because of weird quirks on how certain upgrades work.
Yeah, and for people asking in chat, RBA is reverse bottle adventure, and trying to explain how it works is probably a whole different discussion in of itself.
Yeah, I'll give just another quick recap. It's the bottle on B. You see, she has currently a bottle with bugs on B. When you catch something in that bottle, the game has to put that memory somewhere because there's not actually an inventory slot for where that bottle exists. So what it ends up doing is modifying parts of your inventory based on your C right item. It's essentially taking what's on C right and thinking, oh, that's an item slot, and then modifying, putting that value what you just caught onto what item slot it thinks that C right is.
And here's one thing that's really nice about Master Quest. They moved the bomb chest to right here. So it's literally like one of the first things you can get in the dungeon if you go in as adult.
Yeah, really convenient. Yeah, this run does still need to obtain items from their source, so even though you can get certain items early with RBA like that, you do still need to get the real version. But it is still handy to get some like glitched items early.
So here we're just gonna RBA Poe one more time to get more bomb chews. And then we're gonna
You can
RBA
even-
the blue chicken, and that will give you the biggest bomb bag and then a 20 quiver.
Yeah, I was just gonna say you can actually see the bomb chew count updating in real time there.
Nice. So a fun thing in this game, if the bugs are digging like on the ground and you try and catch or you drop more bugs, those bugs will also just dig for some reason.
Yeah, it's just all bugs are on the same timer instead of their own timers.
Okay. Alright, and that's all the RBA we're gonna do for now. And now that we got that one skull, we're just gonna die and then leave the dungeon again. Like I said, a lot of the early part of this game is just getting stuff from items and then leaving. Or getting items from dungeons and then leaving. Alright, well, I'm just gonna walk. That's fine. Yeah, today is not the day for Hesses for some reason. It could be that my adapter is in the wrong setting. I know that I forget to do that a lot. Because the practice ROM for this game is on VC, and that actually has a different control stick mapping from GameCube. So during this cutscene, I'm probably just going to change it. See if that fixes my ESS problem. So right here, we're going to be talking to this little baby Goron that's named after you. We need to get the Goron tunic because we're about to go to Fire Temple. And also we just need to get it anyways, and we don't have enough money to actually buy the tunic right now, so getting it from him is just the fastest way to do it. Right there, I did a glitch called Extended Hook Shot. That's just to get to the other side of that statue without moving the statue. For some reason, there's just like hook-shotable collision on the other side of there. I don't really know why.
Yeah, there's a handful of places in this game where there's just randomly some piece of collision is just hook-shotable when there's no good reason for it to be. And that's just one of them. It actually does end up coming up a little bit later in the run. There actually is a place you can actually make use of that. And another death cutscene skip here, just like the one in Zelda's Lullaby early, you just kill yourself right as you enter a cutscene, get the song, don't have to watch the cutscene.
So now we're going to go to Fire Temple for another item that is really nice to have early in the game, the hammer. The hammer makes a lot of Master Quest glitches easier than if you did not have it. So it's nice to get it early.
And there's a really cool way to get it pretty quickly too. supposed to go through a few of these lower rooms, but we can actually go through it. We're going to go through these rooms backwards by using this like to clip out of bounds. And there's a little bit of collision in the room next to it. So all the collision in a dungeon is always loaded at once. So even like collision in a different room is still there. So she's like standing in a little bit of this room on the side, can start up a super slide, and super slide past from out of bounds past those two gates and get into this room backwards. And then this fight is where you get the hammer. This is a nice quick way to get the hammer.
Yeah, unlike in vanilla where it's like all the way at the top of Fire Temple, it's just right here at the bottom. So it's nice to just pick it up and then you can leave really quickly.
Have we explained power crouch stabbing at all yet?
Oh, we haven't. So the way the power crouch stab works is the game always keeps track of the last like attack you did with like a sword-like item and then stores it for when you do a crouch stab, because for some reason they just didn't set a value for when you do a crouch stab. And so every time you do a crouch stab, it'll just be the power of your last attack.
Yeah, that ends up being really useful for just doing really powerful attacks really quickly, because crouch stabbing has such a low cooldown. And because the infinite sword glitch is also activated from a crouch stab, that also means the infinite sword glitch also has power crouch stab damage, which ends up making it super useful for doing a ton of damage at once in some other later fights.
Yeah, later on you'll get to see how powerful ISG with power crouch stab is. Right here, I'm just gonna get this 20 bomb drop right here. Since I have the biggest bomb bag, I might as well just get as many bombs as I possibly can. Bombs will definitely go very quickly in dungeons in this run. So it's a good idea to have a lot. And here we're getting magic. We have to get magic before we can go to any other fairy fountain to get spells. So it's just convenient to get it right now, since we're in the Death Mountain area anyways. Yeah, this game was I think a pre-order bonus for Wind Waker. So it was only ever released on GameCube.
Yeah, no other legitimate version. You can like use other things to like make it playable on N64 and Wii VC and stuff, but the only legitimate release for it is GameCube. And so there's a few Skulltulas here on Death Mountain Trail that you're supposed to use the hammer to break the rock for, but you can actually clip enough into the rock to grab the token without the hammer. Even though she just got the hammer, it's still faster to just do it without it.
Yeah, and there's another Skulltula that's right around that corner, if you remember this game pretty well. But it's actually faster to get it later, even though we literally walk right by it.
And so, as adult, Mido's trying to block your way to Sacred Forest Meadow, and you're supposed to use Saria's song to get past him, but he's short and you can just backflip over him.
And this goal right here, you can just like barely reach it with the hook shot. I think the intended method is to like use a magic bean to get up there, but you can just hook shot it.
So here's a really interesting glitch coming up. So she's gonna do a glitch to buy the item that both of these Deku Scrubs are selling, but not actually collect it. She did a glitch that you saw the camera was kind of locked in a certain way. That prevented either of them from giving you the item. But then after deactivating it, she was in a spot that overlapped where both of the Scrubs trigger is for them giving you the item. And so it ends up giving you the same item twice. And in that case, one of them sold a Decanut upgrade. And so she ends up getting the Decanut upgrade twice instead of Decanuts and arrows, which is the other one that was being sold. And so that gets her the highest Decanut upgrade, since there's 2 Decanut upgrades normally. And then another cool trick coming up here is you're gonna do a glitch to get on and get immediately knocked off a ladder. And you see the buttons are kind of dimmed out and the camera is kind of weird now. This like semi-ladder state has an interesting property where you can't fall off slippery slopes. That big slope there, you are not supposed to walk up, you're supposed to slip off that immediately. But being able to walk up, it means you can get out of bounds with it pretty easily. And then she can side hop into the cutscene trigger for learning the menu out of Forest. The cutscene started for like 2 seconds, which immediately gives you the song, and then you void out and skip the cutscene.
So I think that's the first time I've actually gotten a Hess in this run. So if you don't know what a Hess is, it's basically the same thing as that West trick that I did earlier. I did not get one of those reviews, that's fine. And that's just another way to move really fast in the game.
Yeah, that's the highest general movement speed thing you can do in the game. There are a few other ways to go a little bit faster, but they're not things that you can actually use anywhere. They're like very specific conditions. So for your general movement speed, Hessing is basically the best thing to do to get around.
So now I just die here to get back to the top of Zora's River really quickly. Since I have to play Sunsong here anyways, I'm just gonna get this extra money, because money in this route is pretty tight, so any extra money you can get is definitely worth it. And then once again, even though I have Zelda's Lullaby to get in here, it is faster to just use the hover boots to roll and get around the waterfall like that.
Just to skip the cutscene?
Yeah, just to not watch the cutscene. There's a neat little setup you can do to clip into the shop even though you don't have red ice. Or you don't have blue fire to melt the red ice. Rando players, take notes.
Buying arrows is not something very common during speedruns, but actually is important for this. Coming up soon.
Yeah, so even though I don't have the bow, because I have that glitch quiver from RBA and Kojiro, I can buy arrows. I can't find drops in the overworld because I don't have the bow, but I can buy them.
Yes, the game is keeping keeping track of the arrow count, just not displaying it anywhere. Oh yeah, so there was an interesting glitch there. You see King Zora is somehow unfrozen. So there's this weird glitch where if the camera pans towards King Zora while the game is frozen, like if you're reading a sign or something like that, and then you leave and reload the area, it messes with how the red ice loads with King Zora, and he just becomes unfrozen the next time you load the area. So she like read a sign in a way that the camera would pan towards King Zora as the sign was being read, and then you just reload the area and suddenly he's unfrozen.
Now we're gonna get Furor's Wind. Furor's Wind is actually pretty useful in this game in general. It's definitely a really good item. It's definitely an item that casuals overlook a lot, just like Deku Nuts. And also in Master Quest, it's really nice because it allows you to skip some puzzles that you would normally need to like get out of rooms.
Seems like it'd be pretty good for a category like this that's going to require backtracking anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
If you don't know what we're gonna do with Furor's Winds, then it's more powerful than even you might think it is.
Yeah, skipping backtracking is nice. The other things it can do is even nicer. So right here, there's this silver rock blocking this hole. So you're just normally supposed to have silver gauntlets to get in here. But that's way too far out of the way and something you get way later. So we do this glitch where you roll into a bomb and try to pull out hookshot, and it kind of lets you clip through a certain rounded collision. And then so you kind of clip through the block and then get to this area early. And this lets you get this Skulltula. This is something that you'd otherwise need to backtrack a lot for. You couldn't do that. And then there's a really neat mega flip here. There's another heart piece in this area. You just mega flip down and land straight on it.
Yeah, it's definitely one of my favorite mega flips.
And then we can just hop over the icebergs and make our way to Ice Cavern.
So Ice Cavern is a pretty neat dungeon, or mini dungeon. There's these like boulders that are rolling through the narrow hallways. I guess it's just the developers trying to like troll you.
Yeah.
And it is pretty different, like especially as far as speedruns are concerned. This Ice Cavern is very different from vanilla. Also, that rolling boulder right there, if you're fast enough, you'll actually load the next room before it gets to you, and it'll just unload.
Yeah, I love that one. Just beat the boulder. Just don't even let it hit you.
Yeah, it's real weird.
Yeah, so there's a lot of red ice in Ice Cavern that you're supposed to melt using blue fire, but a lot of the time you can just do certain tricks to skip it. Like there, you can do a Hess to get clip to the red ice. Here, you can use a freezer to clip into this little pillar. When there's a hookshotable enemy near a wall, if you get them close to the wall, you can just hookshot right next to them to go through the wall, and then you can get this Skulltula from below. There's a little switch in the ground you can just barely see, and the bomb hits that.
That camera there is really weird.
Yeah.
It's very hard to figure out what direction you're facing sometimes. There's a guaranteed bomb drop right here that I'm just gonna get, just for safety. One of the few guaranteed bomb drops in the game.
Yeah, if there's guaranteed bomb drops, you almost always want to take them because their bombs are like such an important resource in the speedrun. The more red ice skip. This one's actually kind of a double red ice skip. You super slide to be able to clip through this red ice, and then there's more red ice that you end up hovering right over.
So that right there is called a ground jump. It's just a way to reach higher platforms than Link can normally jump up to. Dang. I don't know how that... I really wish this guy would just attack me.
These guys are annoying sometimes. And so this Skulltula in this little block, you're supposed to do this puzzle to like get rid of the block here, but you can, the walls are made just the right way so you can clip through it and just hookshot it from inside. And then hovering over this last piece of red ice.
Oh, he did like a really high jump there.
Oh my god. Did he land on... I think he landed on that icicle back there.
Yeah, I think so. That definitely threw me for a loop.
Alright, so another death cutscene skip here, but this one's a little bit trickier because you have to die on the frame that you open the Iron Boots chest. Alright, and so if you look closely, her health actually went to 0 already. She's already dead, but still opening the chest. And then as soon as this is over, a cutscene's supposed to start, but then Link dies.
Is that why the camera spins around there?
Yep.
Yeah, and there's also the cutscene music playing there, which is pretty funny.
Yeah, you hear the lovely chic music playing as the game over screen comes up. And again, that gives the song, but that gives the Serenade of Water song, but you don't have to watch the cutscene. And then it also conveniently gets you out of Ice Cavern really quickly. And then using the new Iron Boots, you can get this heart piece.
You can get really close to dying there, but you're not really in any danger of dying. As long as you're like swimming up that slope.
Yeah, it looks more scary than it is.
Since we've been dying so much in this run, I figured I'd just go ahead and get a fairy. Try and be a little safer.
Yeah, that should help out. Alright, so the next dungeon she's going to go to is Jabu, which should be right here, except Jabu's supposed to only be there as child. Except not really, because the loading zone for Jabu actually does still exist as adult, it's just under the ice. So what she has to do is clip into the ice. So she's going to do a mega side hop starting with hover boots, which has very slow acceleration. So she's already started the mega side hop, but didn't have much speed. Switch to Iron Boots, that gets full acceleration, back to Hover Boots, do a jump slash, and then with that full speed, clips into the ice, and then hits the loading zone to get into Jabu.
Alright, and this is why we needed the slingshot at the very beginning of the game, is to hit these cow switches. And Master Quest Jabu Jabu has a bunch of switches that are cows. I guess because
this is one of the...
really liked eating cows.
Yeah, this is one of the more infamous dungeons of Master Quest. Just, no one knows why cows, but everyone seems to either love it or hate it.
That's so weird.
And yeah, also, so about that slingshot thing, so adult is not normally supposed to use the slingshot. by using a glitch called Equip Swap, which is where you hover the cursor over an item and then switch the item screens, and then on the frame you go back to the item screen, you can press up left or up right, and then an item button to equip the item that the cursor was over a different item slot. So in that case, it was equipping the slingshot over the Furor's Wind slot. And what that means is that Furor's Wind is an item that either adult or child can equip, but doesn't have any problem with equipping the slingshot because it's not over the slingshot slot, it's over the Furor's Wind slot. So that allows adult Link to use the slingshot. But the catch is that it still tries to use arrow ammo. So if you remember, we talked about how she RBA'd the glitched quiver and bought arrows for that glitched quiver, even though she doesn't have the bow yet. That's for that slingshot because it's still using arrow ammo, but it's shooting slingshot seeds using the slingshot. And so that's how slingshot actually becomes important in this, because now you can actually have a projectile item as adult without having the bow, which ends up being really important.
And because of that, your glitched seed bag doesn't matter because you're not actually using the seeds, you're using the arrows?
Yep, exactly. The seed count is not even changing at all. If you see, like, every time she uses one, it just stays at 30. And that's
Yeah,
'cause it's
adult
using the arrow
will
count.
only use arrows, and child will only use seeds. That was a really unfortunate fairy to get.
Oh no.
I didn't even see it.
And so here's the boomerang. So the boomerang in Master Quest is actually in a really nice spot compared to in vanilla. Because in vanilla, the way you get boomerang is you have to take Rudo all the way around the dungeon. It's really slow and boring and uninteresting. But thankfully in Master Quest, you do still have to meet Rudo, but you can skip like mostly taking her around, which is really nice. So this dungeon in general is just quite a bit more interesting in Master Quest than compared to vanilla. And not just because of the cows.
Yeah, there's actually a ton of really cool tricks in Java. It's one of my favorite dungeons.
Yeah. In vanilla, it's honestly my least favorite dungeon, but in Master Quest, it's pretty cool. Also, more bomb chase. Another thing that makes it great.
Nice mega flip. So dying when you hit this tentacle, usually it'll make you like get knocked back, but if you die, it won't actually knock you back. And then with the fairy reviving you, you're still like not able to be knocked back for a little bit, and the tentacle will actually damage you, like, I think it's every frame. If you see, my health is, like, really low now, even though I just got revived by a fairy. That's just because that's how fast it'll hurt you, but it lets you get through that tentacle. So even though we're never actually going to escort Rudo in this dungeon, we still have to watch the cutscene with her. So we're literally going to talk to her, watch her fall down this little hole, and then we're just going to forget about her.
Just abandon her.
She gets what she deserves.
Not a fan of Rudo?
No. Speedrunners are not Rudo fans. He only serves to make speedruns worse. In several different ways.
So we're going to do another tentacle skip here, if you want to explain it.
Yeah. So there's another tentacle skip here. This one is not going to be from a death. This is going to be a mega flip. And this is going to be clipping out of bounds in a precise position. This Mega Flip should get right out of bounds. And then should be able to go around it from out of bounds. Like that. And that just has to do with some like weird collision on the sides of that room, because that room isn't like a square. There's like a little slopes on the sides that you can clip out of. And then there's going to be one more tentacle skip here, which uses another method. So 3 different methods of tentacle skips. So she's going to set up for shooting a cow and then open the door right behind her. And then, so this started loading the next room, which meant that it also had to start unloading stuff in this room. And one of the things it unloaded was that tentacle. So there was supposed to be a tentacle right here, but now it's just gone. Navi even says that text is supposed to say like, hey, there's this electric slimy thing, but there's nothing there.
Now we have one more Skulltula to get up here, and then we can go fight the boss. We'll actually beat our first dungeon.
After just entering and leaving so many.
There's a neat little clip you can do there to skip the puzzle for actually unlocking the boss door, and you can just go straight to the boss. Yeah, 90 minutes for our first dungeon. We really gotta pick up the pace if we're gonna beat this game in 5 hours.
Yeah, at this rate, I don't know if you're gonna make time. You better speed it up.
It's fun for me because I have a general idea of some of the nonsense you're gonna pull, but I don't know exactly how you're gonna do it or where you're gonna do it. So I'm just sort of along for the ride.
Yeah, and if you never watched a Master Quest run, you still might not know. Even if you know things like about vanilla, you still might not know exactly what's gonna happen. So I guess this is where Ruto went. We didn't see where she went, but I guess it was right here. And this cutscene's pretty funny if you have the iron boots on. You'll see what happens.
So that part's already nice, and then Link just sinks.
Bye, Link. Like the bubbles just reaching the surface.
He's okay down there, don't worry. And then this part of the cutscene's really funny because when you're adult, the spiritual stones like won't show up in the cutscene. So the camera's gonna pan to nothing and just do this like really cinematic thing when there's nothing going on the screen.
And also a little bonus is that you actually land down in the water there as soon as the cutscene ends, and that actually lets you get back to land quicker.
Yeah.
Because you actually, like, with Kokiri boots, if you don't have iron boots on, you still end up, like, far down in the water. You kind of have to slowly float up, where actually you can get to the surface faster with iron boots.
And then having him equipped here is also useful because you don't have to re-equip him to open this dungeon. So equipping them there does have some uses besides, just being a funny joke.
Thank you. So, normally when you put on iron boots, you're not supposed to be able to swim with it. You just kind of sink straight down. But if you're targeting while swimming with the carry boots, and then you equip iron boots and continue targeting and holding a direction, you'll still be able to swim even with iron boots. Lets you have a little bit of better movement while you're sinking. And then in addition to that, there's actually a funny glitch where you can actually use that to swim on land. I don't think it's used in this speedrun, but it's a neat little quirk.
Yeah. That was actually one of the first things that I learned how to do was swimming on land because I thought it was so funny.
Yeah, I remember first seeing that. That was probably one of the first glitches I learned too, like way back when I just got interested in looking at OOT glitches.
Yeah.
One of the old classics.
Chat would really like to know why you keep switching to the red tunic, by the way.
Because it's the best one. Obviously. I used to think the blue tunic was the best one, but I'm a changed woman. I now know the red is the best one. It's the fastest.
So we're ascribing to the orc ideal of red makes it go faster?
Yes.
Oh yeah, also Rudo just grew up really quick.
Oh yeah. She's all grown up now. Zora's grow up
that's
very
what happens
fast.
that happens when you go from beating a child dungeon as adult to going to an adult dungeon immediately.
So Longshot is in a really convenient location in this dungeon. You basically just get it like right at the beginning. And
Yeah,
that
it's
just
super
makes...
nice to have a long shot so quickly and so early.
Yeah, we actually don't even fight Dark Link. So if you were really hoping to see Dark Link in this run, I have some bad news.
There's now a heated
here's a
debate
glitch
going
called...
on in chat. Sorry, go ahead.
Huh? This is a glitch called a weird shot. So by rolling into a bomb and then holding down and trying to take out hookshot, you can get Link to do some glitchy animations, and it makes Link able to shoot the hookshot from under the floor. And so you saw just hookshotting that hookshot target from behind that gate, and that gets used a lot in this temple and in Master Quest in general. It gets used a lot. And using it again right here. One thing that's interesting about Master Quest is that Master Quest kind of, in general, adds a lot more hookshotable things around the world. Just like crates and torches and hookshot targets and stuff. And that makes weird shotting, that glitch to use hookshot under the ground, that makes it super useful in Master Quest. That's going to be used quite a lot throughout the run. And it's just, in general, like the general design of Master Quest has more hookshotable stuff, which makes it end up being more useful in Master Quest compared to vanilla. And another one right here. This skips going through an underwater tunnel. It's also just a really cool glitch in general. It's one of my favorites.
Yeah,
And not getting
for,
the boss key.
For like getting doing glitches that you like do everywhere, this is definitely one of the coolest ones.
Yeah, someone mentioned not getting the boss key. Yeah, so you saw she was right in front of the boss key chest, and even though it was literally right in front of her, just skipped it. There's a good reason. Even though it is literally right in front of you, it is still not worth it to get, and you'll see why later.
Yeah, you may have thought that was a little bit ridiculous, but once you see why I did it, like, that's even more ridiculous.
I was gonna say, that's not gonna stop it from being ridiculous, will it?
No. you'll definitely understand why I didn't even bother. I forgot that you go right by the boss key chest. So right here I'm changing where I have my bug bottle. What I have in which bottle is pretty important, just in general.
So there's a neat glitch where she does a glitch called Ocarina items on that switch, which uses an item as a fake ocarina. And then by doing it on that switch, you kind of cause a cutscene to happen, but then gain control out of that cutscene. And then so that door that was unlocked is supposed to be timed. You're not supposed to, or not even timed. You're supposed to hold down that switch using a box. But by doing that, you actually have enough time to go to the door before it closes again, before it realizes, hey, there's not a box on this. And then so you can use the hammer and hover boots to get over to the door really quickly.
And then this torch right here is really funny. You can literally just hookshot it from the other side. Like,
yeah, it's just
there's
so
no trick to it.
yeah, it's just so close to the gate that it's close enough that the hookshot just touches it. Master Quest has some interesting design like that, like very, very clear oversights in certain places. So earlier we mentioned how there's like certain random spots in the game where there just happens to be hookshot collision when there doesn't really seem to be a good reason for it to be there. This is another one of those, and it's actually pretty useful. There's random hookshot collision on this ceiling right above this gate, and conveniently, it lets you hookshot over the gate. You're supposed to go all the way around these rooms to come in here backwards, but that lets you skip a whole section. That's really nice. It's really interesting in Water Temple because Water Temple has the highest amount of like these weird hookshotable collision places, and it seems like there likely was some more hookshot targets earlier in development that they end up scrapping, and then they didn't actually remove hookshot collision from it, and then we ended up taking advantage of that in certain places.
And so now we have Longshot in Forest Temple, and having Longshot in Forest Temple is like really, really broken. There's a lot of stuff that would normally be a problem in Forest Temple that is just like not even a big deal because we have the Longshot.
Yeah, this was definitely made for hookshot specifically. And this is why we love doing stuff out of order so much. Getting later game items early to have used them in early game is super good.
That room is just like a room that the developers put in just to screw over people who actually like remembered Forest Temple vanilla. There's just three Skulltulas in there instead of one. There's a lot of rooms like that in Master Quest. And then using Slingshot as a bow again. Having Slingshot usable as Adult, and then the Longshot and Hover Boots makes Master Quest Forest Temple like pretty much just trivial.
Someone in chat is asking, since dungeons are rearranged, does that mean the Skulltulas are in different places too, or are those still in the same place?
Yes, all the Skulltulas in the dungeons are also in different places. But all the Skulltulas in the overworld are still in the same place.
Okay.
But yeah, all the Skulltulas in different places in the dungeons also makes it really interesting figuring out like certain strategies on how to get these Skulltulas faster.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the benefits of doing 100% in this game is you get to actually like go through all of the new like Skulltula locations, and by like default, you'll also do a lot more of the dungeons.
There's a cool jump you can do here. If you take damage and jump off a ledge and then equip hover boots the first frame you start the jump, you get to preserve that speed and do a really big jump, and that lets you climb up that far ledge over there. Lets you get to this place early.
So I pick up that magic right there intentionally. I just pick it up right there. I don't actually need it right now. It's just so that way I don't accidentally get it at a part where it might mess me up.
Yeah, you're pretty much guaranteed to pick one up at some point in the run, so you might as well do it at some point. It's just not going to screw you up.
And then I'm actually going to wait to pick up this Skulltula until after this cutscene happens. If you pick up this Skulltula while that cutscene happens, you'll just soft lock. I don't know why. I found that out the hard way.
Yeah, the game doesn't like overlapping cutscenes sometimes.
And so the way this fight works is you have to have beaten the fight below here for it to start. So I have to actually jump down and kill these wolf folks real quick. And then to get back up, you're going to get to see another one of the developers' maybe oversights, is maybe what you would call them. But first I'm going to get a fairy in my Ice Arrows bottle. Well, I was going to get a fairy in my Ice Arrows bottle, and it just landed on me. But I will need that fairy later, not for, like, reviving purposes. If the fairy's not in your real bottle, it actually won't revive you. But yeah, you can just use that Song of Time block to clip out of bounds, and then come back up here. This guy is literally cheating.
Yeah, for some reason that one guy can just float over the pit there.
I was about to ask what happens if you knock him into the pit and then he just walked right over it.
Yeah, he doesn't live by the same rules that me and you do. Alright, so now I got the fairy in the bottle, and I'm actually going to use this Song of Time block to clip out of bounds again, but this time I'm going to go to the boss room. Well, that's fine. I forgot to slash the wall. ZFG, if you want to explain how boss key skips work.
Yeah, so
Okay, that'd be a good time.
whenever you're in a dungeon, all the collision in a dungeon is always loaded at the same time, no matter where you are, and that includes loading zones. So no matter where you are in Forest Temple, the boss loading zone exists, and if you can get to it, then you can get to the boss. And so this room right here, it happens to be pretty much right above the boss loading zone. And then so you just clip out of bounds, jump slash in, and hey, there's the boss.
So I didn't actually beat Water Temple, but the only thing I have left to do in Water Temple is beat the boss. And I'm waiting to do that until I have another glitch condition available to me.
So you're saying we're still only at 1 dungeon completed?
Yes, but we're about to be at 2.
Almost at 2. Almost 2. There's gonna be a section later on where a bunch of dungeons are done like all like back to back. There's one thing later on that once it's set up is gonna be really good for getting a bunch of dungeons completed at the same time or very close together.
Uh-oh. Usually I use the audio to find that guy, but since I don't have my headphones plugged in, I kind of just have to like actually see him.
So during this fight, you kind of have to just wait for Phantom Ganon to go in and out of the painting. So this is a good time for setting up RBA again. So just gonna do a bit more inventory manipulation. That was just getting bugs in a certain bottle, and then she's also gonna do it with Kajiro on C right. Oh no. Yeah.
It's fine. It's fine. I lost my infinite sword glitch there, but I can just get it back with stick. Alright. Alright, now I'm gonna re-equip my bomb shoes because I need that for later. And you can just use Phantom, or you can use ISG to kill Phantom Ganon really fast. And then I'm shooting the hook shot there to get him to swing his staff so I can knock him back down with ISG. Since he's swinging his staff, he's like vulnerable. But I definitely intentionally got that extra heart because just the way this run has gone so far, I knew Phantom Ganon was gonna end up hitting me, so. So even though I just got a heart container, I actually want to die here pretty soon. So I'm just gonna damage myself down to half a heart real quick.
Yeah, this is an unfortunate thing with trying to do cutscene skips at the end of bosses, because the heart container is going to refill your health, but you want to die to skip a cutscene. So in certain places we actually do alternate methods of cutscene skips that don't involve deaths that we'll see later on, but for this one you just gotta refill your health and then immediately start killing yourself again. And then so she does a setup for Ocarina items on the edge of the blue warp. So she plays a fake item as an ocarina, and then this lets her gain control while the blue warp is supposed to start going to the next cutscene. And then so she's gonna try to die on a certain frame of the blue warp, going to the next part.
Played it a little bit safe there. Pause a little bit early.
Yeah, and then after this death, she's gonna get the forest medallion, but not have to watch the cutscene. And it's a pretty long cutscene too, so it's a pretty nice one to skip. And it's also noted by that white flash there. If you don't see that white flash, you don't get it, but the white flash was there, so medallion has been acquired.
Yep, so now we're going to go back to the Temple of Time. The fastest way to do it is just save orphing, so we get to watch this whole thing again.
Yeah, and beating Forest Temple is what normally allows you to go back in time in the first place. So now that we beat Forest Temple, we can actually go back in time. So Adult has to do a bit of a more complicated setup to get past the door time. You have to crouch stab this wall at a certain angle, and then also equip hover boots, and this gives you a big burst of speed. And this will clip you through the wall, and also you can activate the Prelude of Light cutscene. And this is yet another cutscene skip where the cutscene starts, you get the song, the Link is going to void out, and then cutscene skipped. But that also means you have to do the door time skip twice.
Alright, I'm gonna break my last stick here to get Bottle on B one last time. Getting Bottle on B with no Deku sticks is a lot easier than getting it with Sword. You don't really have to do any setup at all. I'm also gonna dupe over my Deku Nuts because I need that other bottle slot for something else I'm gonna catch.
And then when she catches these bugs on B with Fairy on C right, the Fairy on C right will modify Deku Stick count. So even though she just got rid of all her Deku Sticks, she got them back already. 29 of them, in fact.
Yep, I've got a lot of Deku Sticks. And that's the end of Adult 1. So I think now we're doing a break, right?
Yeah. So we'll wait until you come out of the cutscene. We'll give it a pause here. And then we are going to take a quick wellness break here on Hotfix. We like to, especially for these long runs, make sure we get a few breaks in so everybody involved can get up, stretch, refill water, and encourage the audience to do the same. Just encourage some healthy behavior, especially since this is an exhibition, not really a PB or world record attempt. So we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back after everybody's gotten a chance to get up and walk around a little bit with more Ocarina of Time Master Quest 100%. No SRM with Claire and ZFG. So thanks everybody for tuning in. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Hello everyone and welcome back from our quick wellness break there. Thanks everybody for staying tuned. We're partway through our Ocarina of Time Master Quest 100% no SRM speedrun by Claire Lynn D. Got ZFG here on the virtual couch helping out with commentary and having a good time so far. Just going to take this opportunity to remind everybody that Hotfix is supported in part thanks to your subscriptions and bits. We'd really appreciate it if you would consider subscribing to support future content. And of course, if you tune in tomorrow, we've got Time Capsule starting at 7 p.m. Eastern. It's a show about speedruns that were released in the same year. And they're going to be showcasing Fallout 3 and Little Big Planet. So it should be quite a bit of fun. And with that, are you ready to get back into it, Claire?
I am ready.
All right, why don't you give us a countdown?
Okay, 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, so now that we're a child, the first thing we're gonna do is go do fishing. Fishing is definitely one of the more, well, in my opinion, dumb parts of the run. There's a lot of luck involved. See if he wants to explain it.
Yeah, a lot of people seem to like fishing casually. It's awful speedrunning. So you have to just hope that a fish bites, and then hope they don't let go, because they actually can just let go completely randomly. Not even because of something you do. But yeah, we'll get more to that when we get there. First gonna grab this one Skulltula over here. And then you can do a super swim. So if you shield damage in the water, you get just as much speed as you would with like a Hess or super slide or something. But it's a lot easier to maintain your speed. All you have to do is just hold up and then mash Z. And it's very lenient. It's a very nice way to move around in the water quickly. I'm just gonna play Sun Song and enter fishing right as it turns morning. So entering fishing as it turns morning is actually important because fishing actually has a hidden mechanic where the fish are more likely to bite in early morning and late afternoon. There's actually like a 1.5 times multiplier for them trying to bite in the morning and then 1.75 times in the afternoon, but afternoon's a bit too out of the way. That helps deal with some of the luck, and then still they can be idiots like this. So we actually have to catch 2 fish. One of them, so there's 2 rewards for fishing. One of them is gold scale and one of them is a heart piece. The heart piece is supposed to be the child reward and the gold scale is supposed to be the adult reward, but you can actually get both as child. And so to get both as child first, you want to catch a fish that ties or beats the record. And this should be it. And then you go in the water and you hold target and then swim onto land. And then without releasing target, you just talk to the guy. And he ends up giving you the gold scale instead of the regular 20 rupee reward. That's supposed to be the adult reward. And now you just need the regular child reward for the heart piece. For this one, you actually need to catch the biggest fish in the pond. One that's over 10 pounds on English or over 50 centimeters on Japanese.
And that was
Which
an
is
item
this
we
guy.
already had, but we needed to pick it up because of source requirements, right?
Yeah, exactly. We got the gold scale earlier from RBA, but then we still need the real version, so we just got the real version there. And then this fish is being an idiot and not grabbing.
The fish in this game really do not like me.
Oh my god.
Also, if you just noticed there, we took the break to upgrade Claire to HD audio.
Yeah, it turns out I was using the wrong microphone. So that's cool. But now that's fixed. And we just got the fish.
Nice. So this one you don't have to do anything special like hold target in the water, you just talk to the guy and he gives you the heart piece. So that could have gone worse.
It definitely could have gone worse. There is no upper bound to how bad fishing can be. Just fail a mega flip real quick and then we'll swim over to the scarecrow like normal.
Yeah, so if you play a song for the Scarecrow, get a song that you can make Scarecrows appear as adult. This is actually not required for 100%, but it is pretty useful. They basically just act as an extra hookshot target, which can be useful in certain places. You do have to come back as adult and then play the song again for another Scarecrow to actually be able to use as adult. So she'll have to come back as adult to do that. And this bomb chew is cleverly placed, so it's gonna kill the Skulltule on the other side of the house. And then you can boomerang it from the other side. And then you can also do a super swim by mega flipping into the water. So that kind of gives you a double speed boost. One, mega flipping into the water is really fast, and then being able to preserve that speed in the water as well. Get over to this bottle pretty quickly.
So a route change between vanilla and master quest is usually in vanilla I would have Din's Fire at this point. I'm actually not going to get Din's Fire until way later, so I actually have to come all the way up here to light the stick or light the torches with the stick from this top torch right here. Also, another interesting thing about this is even though we never got the silver scale, we don't have to get it. We only need to get the gold scale. That's just the requirement of 100%. You have to get the latest upgrade of an item and nothing else. So even though the silver scale is right there, we're not going to get it.
Yeah, no need for those like intermediate upgrades.
Is that because it only shows like the most recent upgrade on the pause menu?
Yeah, because it only shows the most recent, and like the lower upgrades just get deleted completely and replaced with the above upgrades. And upgrades in this game, for the most part, are not progressive. Like, it's not the first one you get is silver scale, and the second one you get is gold scale. It's silver scale is in this location, and gold scale is in this other location.
All right, well, we'll just go without this. So now I have to go all the way back up to the top of Zora's Domain because we need to get the Skulltulas and Zora's Fountain.
So someone asked in chat, what happens if you get the lower upgrade? So it's actually kind of inconsistent between grades, but most of the time the lower upgrade can actually overwrite the higher upgrade. So like in the case of silver scale, like if you get silver scale after gold scale, it will actually delete gold scale, and that's obviously very bad. There are some cases where that's not true. Upgrades in this game are strangely inconsistent. There's a lot that just work in different ways when you would think they should behave the same, but that's generally how it goes.
So I did a trick there called a ledge cancel that let me walk through King Zora. I need Ruto's letter. It's like a really important item for this run, so I can't show it to him. And it's also just faster to skip him, or skip the cutscene. Nice.
Yeah, I'm sure you guys don't want to watch him weeping.
As much as the sound is fantastic, it's a very long cutscene. I'm a big fan of the sound effect, but not necessarily listening to it for that long.
Next, we're gonna clear out Child Death Mountain Crater. There's a gap over here in the bridge, but you can just hover across it with some twisted backflips. Did they not take him to the center? Nice.
Yeah, sometimes bugs are really dumb, and if the bugs don't dig in the exact center of the soil patch, then the Skulltula won't come out. They're supposed to always dig in the center, but sometimes they just don't. And that's fantastic. There's a cool little trick to throw the bomb and like have it bounce off the wooden post above you. And then we have to do these angled backflips to do these true hovers. So you can't just hover by just backflipping and shielding a bomb chew, because you actually move too far away from the explosion, so it doesn't end up hitting your shield. So you have to do something to shorten your backflip. Sometimes that's being up against a wall, sometimes as adult that's using hover boots. In that case, it's angling your backflip to be more sideways so that you reduce how far you go backwards. And
so
then,
right there, I just went in the grotto to reset my timer because I was worried that I was going to die, and if you die, you burn your shield, and that's really bad.
yeah, and then coming into this fairy fountain, it's blocked by these red rocks that you're supposed to use the hammer to break, but you can also just shield damage and it pushes you far enough in. There's several ways to get in here without using the hammer. It's not very secure. And even then, you could still use the hammer as child with a clip swap.
Yeah. Even though I had it equipped, I needed to show the cool way. Using hammer as child is lame.
But it's invisible, that's cool.
I guess.
Oh yeah, I guess we can talk a little bit about using adult items as child. So With a Equip Swap, it lets you use items as different ages than you're supposed to, like how Slingshot was being used as adult. So, Child Link can use the hammer completely normally, except it's invisible, but otherwise still acts normally. One thing a lot of people immediately think of is, oh, does that mean you can use the hookshot as Child? That's really cool, right? Almost. So you can equip the hookshot as Child, and you can press the button. Except if you press the button and get soft locked, he just freezes in place with whatever movement you were doing when you pressed it, and then you just are stuck. It's really unfortunate. Because it'd be really cool to just have Child use the hookshot.
Isn't it like one variable that like doesn't work with it?
Yeah, so the technical reason is that certain actors need certain objects loaded to be able to work properly. And there's one object that is normally always loaded as adult to make the hookshot work, but is never loaded as Child because it's never necessary. And so that thing never being loaded just means that Child can't properly use the hookshot. And you can use cheats to force it to load, and then it works fine except for some weird graphical glitches that look interesting but aren't any like it's not much of a downside. But as of now, only can be done with cheats.
Would that be useful for just really doing adult dungeons as Child? Because, like...
Oh, trust me, you don't need that.
Yeah, it definitely would be nice, but Child actually can do quite a bit of adult dungeons as Child anyway.
Yeah, I just mean, like, to make it smoother, because I'm just trying to think, like,
Yeah,
beyond,
yeah.
like, chests and such,
Yeah,
there's
for
not a
sure.
lot to grapple to in,
Yeah, for
Child
sure, that'd
dungeons,
make
right?
it smoother. Yeah. So, the spinning Goron pot, a lot of people think it's random, but all it is just timing. You just have to throw the bomb into the pot at the right time. And then also there's a cool trick where she used a bomb chew to hit the rolling Goron on the upper ledge while also setting up for the bomb, throwing the bomb in there. That's a nice little time save because that Goron giving you the bomb bag, he'll only give you the bomb bag if you bomb him when he's under that little tunnel area. And if you wait too long, he's gonna roll past it. And so it's a nice way to just make sure you make the cycle on time by bombing, using a bomb chew to bomb him from the lower ledge. And then this Hess is really cool. You can, because of how fast you go with a Hess, you can clip through all these rocks, clip through that whole rock maze, and then Hess to clip all the way out.
Ugh, I just missed it.
Oh. If you grab that hard piece, at the same time the boulder explodes, you can do a tiny cutscene skip that saves like 1 second.
So I need to RBA Kajiro here again because before I did that, my quiver actually was a glitched quiver that would hold 0 arrows, and I need to be able to use arrows as adult. So I just catch bugs on there again to get the 20 quiver back.
So here, the gate here is already open, but we still need to give this guy the letter. This is because this is what activates opening the Happy Mask shop, which is another side quest that needs to be done for 100%. And he's just going to open the already open gate, but we still need to do this just to open Happy Mask shop.
now we're just gonna get most of the Skulltulas in CAC. Still not all of them, because we will have to come back to give him the Keaton mask. But we will get most of them that are convenient to get right now.
Bombches are also pretty nice on killing them because they kill them in one hit.
And we're just gonna refill our bomb chews real quick here. And now we're gonna drink the Poe, so we cannot refill our bomb chews with RBA anymore for the rest of this run. That was the last refill that we got. And people are asking, when are we going to do Dampe? Dampe is 4 hours into the run, which is kind of brutal, but it's just faster to do him then. And he's the
Love a
same no
late
matter when you
Dampe.
do him. We love a late Dampe.
Just builds up excitement for the end of the run.
Yeah, he has to sign the permission slip for you to PB. Okay, so now we're gonna go to Lon Lon, and that's the last thing we're gonna do in Child 2. Child 2 is really short, and generally in this run, we're only gonna do what we absolutely have to as Child. Most things are gonna be done as Adult, just because doing them as Adult is usually faster.
Yeah, Adult Link just being taller and having access to like hookshot and stuff like that, hover boots, just generally make Adult be able to do things faster.
What's going on with the cuckoo animation?
They're special.
Yeah. Yeah, they are idle until he's about to throw them around, so you're supposed to catch them. They were just waiting to be thrown. And now you have to catch these special cuckoos for this mini game. They don't look any different from the normal cuckoos, but they're always thrown in the same general area, so you kind of generally know where to look.
Yeah, so it's not really luck, but like, you can really only like see pretty much where maybe one or two of them land, so you'll still have to search for at least one. So now that we have a Pono song, all we have to do is get all of the Lon Lon Skulltulas and the heart piece, and then we can leave.
Yeah, and also this is this long run stuff is also why we had to wake up Talon way earlier in the run. If you remember back at Hyrule Castle, we had to wake up Talon, but then also you could skip waking up Talon just with that damage boost. But waking him up is actually what lets him be in the shack to collect Cuckoos and to learn Epona Song from Melon. And here at Night Lon Lon, there's this really cool trick where she's gonna throw a bomb in a seemingly random place. Except that random bomb actually just killed 2 gold Skulltulas at once. So in this game, certain unloaded enemy data is stored at the coordinates 000. And so there were two gold Skulltulas that were so far away that they were still unloaded. And then, so that bomb explosion actually hits them both. And you see that Skulltula token, there was already a token there, it wasn't a Skulltula. So that one was already dead, and then there's gonna be one more that's already dead. This first one coming up is still alive because it was too close, it wasn't unloaded. But there's gonna be one more on this far wall that's just already dead and ready to pick up the token.
There's a neat little jump slash you can do there to skip the little block puzzle.
The milling keeps throwing me off because I'm like, wait, we already left Jabu. Oh, right. This is a farm.
Yeah, this is where cows are supposed to be.
Yeah, I got so used to hearing it in Jabu Jabu, I just associated it in my head with Jabu Jabu.
Alright, and that's all we're gonna do in Child 2. Now we're gonna go right back to Adult.
Yeah, so right before she went back to Child again, she had a bottle on B as Adult, and that was really important because when you go back and forward in time with a bottle on B, the game has to update certain items in your inventory when you go back and forward in time, mainly bottles, because like, say if you have milk as adult and then you become child and you drink milk, then you also want adult to have milk gone, not have adult still have that milk, right? So the game has to update bottles when you go through time. When you have that bottle on B, when it's checking how to update it, just like how RBA modifies items based on your C right item, it will update the bottle on B as adult based on your C right item as child. So there, she just equipped Ruto's letter, which points to your arrow count. So now it's going to look at arrow count to see what item is going to be put on Adult Link's B button. And that is going to be Furor's Wind. She had 13 arrows, and 13 is the item value for Furor's Wind. And Furor's Wind on B is really important because Furor's Wind is normally an item that you can only use in dungeons. And when an item is on B, you can use it anywhere where you can use your sword, which is almost anywhere except for, you know, some houses or something. So basically, Furor's Wind can now be set anywhere, and this is really, really good for the speedrun.
Yeah, and this is why I had to be pretty careful with my arrow count in Adult 1. I needed to make sure that I was at 13 arrows before I went Child.
And so now it's time to finally go back to Water Temple. Again, earlier, Water Temple was almost entirely done. Only the boss was left. So now it's time to go do that boss. And we'll also see why the boss key was completely skipped over, even though we went right past the boss key chest.
Sometimes equip swap is a little tricky. It is a
It's
frame
hard.
perfect trick.
Yeah.
It's easy, but it's also like really hard sometimes. There we go. Yeah, so since I don't have a sword on my B button, I'm gonna have to use Deku Sticks and Hammer in lieu of a sword for most of Adult 2. Nice. That switch is so stupid. Like, it's so hard to hit it.
Yeah, and so here's one of Master Quest's most infamous tricks. So you have the easiest boss key skip in history. So all you have to do, you climb a hookshot target, which is intended to be there, and you just do a slide hop jump slash, and you clip through the door. And Master Quest, I mentioned earlier, Master Quest has quite a few strange oversights. That's another one of them.
Yeah, that one, that one I'm not really sure how they missed it.
Yeah, that one you can if you have never done an OOT speedrun glitch before, you can feel free to boot up OOT Master Quest right now and pretty easily do that on your own. It's exactly as easy as it looks. So the bosses are not any different on Master Quest. The bosses are all pretty much the same. So you just do the same strats. For Morpha, just trap Morpha in the corner and do a bunch of crouch stabs.
Yeah, you may have noticed that I was breaking sticks while I was waiting for Morpha to do the little tentacle thing. That's just because I will have to break all these Deku sticks by the end of Adult 2. So I'm just taking any free time I can to just break some.
You might also notice when breaking sticks, it looks like a sword is breaking. That's actually because Adult is supposed to have a sword for that breaks. It's supposed to be the Giant's Knife. And so when Adult Link is breaking swords, the game is kind of assuming, oh, you're breaking an item, it should be Giant's Knife. Let's play the Giant's Knife breaking animation, even though it's Deku Sticks. And then here's also another reason why Furrow's Wind on B is important, because not only can you use it in the overworld, but you can use it in boss rooms. And being able to use it in boss rooms means you can use it on the edge of blue warps to warp away as the blue warp's trying to start medallion cutscenes. And so there she used Furrow's Wind right as the game was trying to start the water medallion cutscene, got the medallion, completely skipped the cutscene. And then another cool trick here, that Skullslow token was not just missed, it was delayed. So she delayed getting that token by pressing Ocarina the frame before grabbing it. And this means that the Skullslow was too far off screen to be loaded, and that's why I didn't give it to her when she just landed. But as soon as the camera goes in range of the Skullslow token, it's going to be given to her immediately. And she's going to use that to hookshot the tree. And then try to grab the Skullslow token at the same time. And then Link jumps. So again, like the hookshot jump done way earlier in the run, if Link hookshot something and it gets interrupted, Link just gets a huge jump, and you can use that to jump all the way to Fire Arrows. Yeah, and about fall damage. So fall damage in this game is calculated based on your initial height compared to your final height. So when you do a really big jump like that, your initial and final height are nearly identical, if not the exact same. I forgot exactly. But it's not based on the peak of your jump, so that's why no fall damage there. And then that was setting Scarecrow Song so that she can now summon scarecrows in certain places to hookshot, like right here.
So I thought I was gonna be cool and play Goron Lullaby instead of just pressing 2 buttons over and over again, and I messed it up, and that is why you just press 2 buttons over and over again. Don't try anything.
I was wondering what that song was supposed to be.
Yeah, well, you know what? Don't even worry about it. I'm just a clown.
As long as
Fine.
you remember it.
Yeah, I mean, I remember it, so like it's not that big of a deal, but it is. That is definitely a good reason as to why you should just play 2 notes. You can't mess that up.
Yeah.
Is that a challenge? I feel like I could mess
I
up 2
mean,
notes.
Some people could consider that a challenge, I'm sure.
I'm sure I could do it. You have to be very experienced in messing things up like me before you can do something like that. So now we get to collect a bunch of stuff in Hyrule Field, and we're gonna work our way to Lon Lon. Now that we have a Pona song, we can finally get the horse. We all love the horse.
Yeah, sure.
So a cool thing that Hammer can do is if you just hit it on the ground when there's business grubs, they'll just come out of their hole. You don't have to reflect their Deku Nut. There's about 1,000,000 ways to get them, honestly. I missed. I use the map to see where I am right there, and sometimes it's not the most accurate.
Yeah, the mini maps are like surprisingly more inaccurate than you'd think. So normally to get a Epona, you're supposed to race Ingo, and he gets mad, and then if you win, he gets mad and tries to lock you in, and then you jump over a fence with a Epona. But you can just jump over the fence without a Epona, and then you get a Epona.
Yeah, that loading zone will just put you on Epona because it assumes if you reached it, you had to have had the horse.
Yeah, also a lot of people love to ask, what happens if you do that as a child? Do you get to ride Epona as child? Sorry, no, you don't get to ride Epona as child. It does still put you out at Hyrule Field at the same place, but not on Epona. And then gotta grab a Big Poe there. So Big Poe is important for one of the bottles. So there's a Poe collector in Castletown that wants to buy Big Poes. You're supposed to give him 10 and he gets you a bottle. And we got 1, which in
It's a good
some
start.
cases is equal to 10. We can make it 10. And so now that 1 Big Poe is 2. So this is kind of a complicated alternate version of Equip Swap. So what happened there is Pyros were equipped and Furrow's Wind was equipped, and then the bow was equip swapped over the Big Poe. So this kind of uses it kind of abuses certain quirks about how the game swaps items on your item buttons. So say you have bow equipped on C left and Furrow's Wind on C right, and then you equip bow on C right, then the game will just swap those two, right? It just puts the bow on C right and the Furrow's Wind on C left. The same also applies with the bow and fire arrows and stuff like that. When you see when fire arrows gets equipped, it goes over the bow slot, not the fire arrow slot. Like the little cursor icon is over the bow and not fire arrows. So that means that you can only have one type of arrow equipped at a time, one of the bow or fire arrows or something else like that. And that also means that if you have fire arrows equipped on C left and you try to equip the bow on C right, then the bow goes to C right and you don't have fire arrows equipped anymore. So it uses these properties of the items switching and forces both switches to happen at the same time. So you have Poe on one item, fire arrows on one item slot and Furrow's Wind on one item slot, and then you equip swap the bow over the Poe. And that means, in the game's logic, okay, the Furrow's Wind slot was switched with the Poe slot. That means they have to switch item slots. But then also, the fire arrow slot was swapped with the Poe slot. So the Poe has to swap fire arrows too. And so it makes it so that like the Poe has to swap with both items at the same time, which makes two Poes appear on your C buttons. So kind of like an overly complicated equip swap alternative. And the reason this is important is because if we just did equip swap over Furrow's Wind like normal, it would actually turn Furrow's Wind into a bottle, which would be very bad because then we wouldn't have 100%. So this does not rid Hyrule Field of the Poes. So 9 of the 10 big Poes are still going to be roaming around Hyrule Field like normal. And if you try to turn in more than 10 Poes, interestingly enough, the cap is 11. So you can turn in one extra big Poe and he'll accept it like normal. And then after that, he won't accept anymore. Which is kind of strange.
He only gets suspicious after the first extra one.
Yeah.
That's pretty funny, I like that.
11, huh? Wait a minute. There's something fishy about this.
I thought I just lost count, but that's definitely more than 10.
This Gossip Grotto right here always makes me think about Majora's Mask.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, cause in Majora's Mask, there's a grotto just like this that's used for a really important trick in almost every speedrun where you do a bomb hover out of it. And I'm like 90% sure they just used that exact grotto and then modified it a little bit to make it work for Majora's Mask.
Yeah,
It's
it's
almost
exactly
identical. Yeah.
So we're gonna set Furrow's Wind in Kakariko, and then we're just gonna leave. That is a very important Furrow's Wind right there. Probably the most important one. Yeah, I think Furrow's Wind on Red B looks better than green.
Yeah, the red B button. Everyone loves the red B button on Master Quest GameCube. Like, pretty much every OHD speedrunner, whenever we talk about the GameCube version, the first thing we all say is cool is like, oh my god, red B button, pog.
Is that just like when you do Furrow's Wind, it turns red, or do you have to do something else to make
No,
it red?
it's specifically the GameCube version. The GameCube version has the button colors recolored for the GameCube controller.
Oh.
And so Master Quest specifically always has the red B button. And the GameCube version in general, but usually we associate it with Master Quest. And then so like just anytime the GameCube version is brought up, we're just always like, red B button, oh my god, so sick.
Oh my god, that's
It's like a universal thing that we all agree is better about the GameCube version. So Decatry is normally supposed to be inaccessible to adult, but of course with glitches that doesn't really matter because we can clip in.
I was not expecting to
And-
clip instantly right there.
Yeah, that was super quick. Yeah, but you can clip through an acute angle on the side of the Decatry and then hit the loading zone from behind without having to go through his mouth. Because his mouth is just closed as adult when it's supposed to be open as child. And so it lets you bypass the mouth. It can be kind of tricky sometimes, because sometimes you just like clip too fast and you can't react quick enough.
Yeah, I just happen to have like the perfect angle for clipping right there. I usually try to not have the perfect angle for clipping because my reaction time is not that fast. Yeah, there we go. This is why I do speedruns where I don't have to react to things instead of some other game.
The Deku is really nice as adult, mainly because of hookshot, being able to hookshot stuff, and adult in general is just kind of better at going fast in this. We mentioned earlier how, like, if you can do something as both adult and child, adult is usually better at it, and that includes the child dungeons, which are made for child. And so there's one last Skulltula in the Deku basement that's behind this crawl space. Normally, child can go through the crawl spaces, but adult can't. So as adult, you'd otherwise have to go all the way around the bottom part of the Deku, which is really slow. But there's this trick adult can do to clip out of bounds here.
Wrong flash. This trick is a lot more tricky on Master Quest because there's no torch here.
Yeah, in the original
there's
there's a torch that you can easily use to hover and start this trick up. With Master Quest, you gotta kind of work for it more. And by side hopping up from here, you can clip through the ground here, walk on the edge of the crawl space, and then get to the back part here early. And then there's the Skulltula all the way at the top of the room. The Skulltula is actually really slow to get normally. You're supposed to like come back here with Song of Time, and then use Song of Time repeatedly to like climb up the room and then boomerang it. It's like crazy slow.
This skull can be really annoying just because you have to like shoot around that big Dekubama.
Yeah, his hitbox is a lot bigger than it looks like. And then to get back through this crawl space, you can do a nice, easy, weird shot, and Link conveniently passes through the load trigger, and then you can fall straight to the basement. Oh, not hammering the scrubs?
No, I'm always worried about hammering the scrubs. I can never do it.
Yeah, it can be
fast.
kind of weird.
Also, I had to kill a Dekubaba in that other room just to get Deku Nuts back. I still had a bottle on my Deku Nut slot, and I need to have the actual Deku Nut item to have 100%.
So the Goma fight is not exactly a challenge. Just not ISG, kill Goma quickly.
Very epic boss fight.
Very challenging. So here's what Furrow's Wind was set for in Kakariko Village. So she just used Furrow's Wind on the edge of the blue warp, and is going to try to warp back to it here. But instead of just going to Kakariko, it's going to be in Kakariko in a cutscene. And so what this is a wrong warp. So when going in the blue warp normally, the game is trying to load a certain cutscene in a certain area. So in that case, it was supposed to be the Kokiri Emerald cutscene in Kokiri Forest. And when using Furrow's Wind to warp away from the blue warp, it's trying to load into Kakariko. So what you're doing with a wrong warp is you're trying to load a different area, but the game is also going to still try to load that cutscene. And so it tried to load Kakariko with the same cutscene value as Kokiri Emerald in Kokiri Forest. But that actually ends up being this cutscene in Kakariko, the Nocturne of Shadow cutscene. And this is important for a few different reasons. One, it actually skips about half the cutscene because it's actually a two-part cutscene, and we get to skip the first part. Nice little 1 minute or so time save. Two is the way this cutscene is normally triggered is by beating the Forest, Fire, and Water Temple and then coming to Kakariko. And so far, only the Forest Temple has been beaten. Or no, Water Temple is also beaten, but Fire Temple specifically has not been beaten, and Fire Temple needs to not be beaten. Fire Temple is actually really important to save for the very end of the run. And if we had to beat Fire Temple to watch this cutscene, we wouldn't be able to use Fire Temple for something else really important later on. So this is really important to just so that we can leave Fire Temple alone and use it for something important later.
So now I'm getting the Skulltula rewards. I've gotten over 50 skulls, so I can get all the rewards that I need to get. Although it's very important for me to not pick up one of these wallets. I need to pick up one, but not the other one. And that's because if I pick up this other upgrade, I'll actually be locked into an adult wallet for the rest of the game, and I can't do 100%. Because with RBA earlier, I accidentally... Well, I didn't accidentally. I got a adult wallet when I was RBAing the Pocket Cuckoo.
Yeah, so that last guy just downgrades your wallet, which is terrible. He's the glitching police.
Alright, so now we're gonna go do Bottom of the Well as adult. That's pretty exciting.
Yeah, this is one of the really cool things about Master Quest compared to Vanilla, because in Vanilla, while it's technically possible to get adult in Bottom of the Well, you have to do a lot of annoying setup shenanigans. But in Master Quest, you can do something pretty cool. So you can do this ledge clip here and have this bomb shoe hit you in just the right way. Ooh,
And I
just barely missed it.
backlocked a little bit late. It is
Yeah, so
oddly precise.
Yeah. But yeah, that bomb shoe's supposed to knock you right into the loading zone for Bottom of the Well.
So you mentioned that it's like much more precise to do this in vanilla. Why is this different in Master Quest?
So this is not the different part. Vanilla can actually do this. It's when you get into Bottom of the Well that matters, because when you get into Bottom of the Well, the first thing in front of you is a crawl space, which Adult Link just can't use.
Oh, okay.
And in Vanilla, there's nothing else. There's no other things you can use that can help you get past it. In Master Quest, there is. In Master Quest, there's actually a redead that you can use to hookshot, and you can use that to get past the crawl space. Whereas Vanilla just can't really do anything.
Alright, that'll work.
Alright, yeah, so here's the crawl space that Adult Link can't do anything for, but just weird shot. There's a re-dead down here. They can hook shot past. And now Adult can move around and bump the well.
Yeah, I don't even know. Is there a way to do that on vanilla at all?
Only with Void Warping. Only Void Warp or Wrong Warp or SRM.
Yeah, I guess with SRM, that's true.
No, you can't hookshot the ladder because one, the ladder isn't hookshotable, and two, it's the wrong side.
It's interesting watching Adult Link walk around down here because it just makes all the rooms look very small.
Yeah.
Yeah, you definitely don't realize how small this dungeon is until you're in here with Adult. So a lot of those gaps you can just like side hop and jump slash over, which is really convenient. Skips a lot of the puzzles. You can keep that Gibdo from scaring you just by like side hopping really fast. And then
So
you
this
can
mega
just
side
do-
hop is it's gonna get you to a little platform up here with a switch. You normally have to fall down a different hole that requires doing this little puzzle to open up the hole, but you can do that to land up here early, and then that spawns a chest.
Yep, and you don't have to fight Dead Hand because Dead Hand does not hold anything that we actually need. So in true lore form, we're going straight from bottom of the well to Shadow Temple.
Wow, the intended order.
Yeah, we're actually doing things in the intended order.
Oh yeah, what does Dead Hand have in Master Quest? Is it a key? He has a
Yeah,
key,
it's a
right?
key.
Master Quest? Yeah, that's it. Yeah, so going into Shadow Temple here, there's a bunch of torches you're supposed to light to open the door to Shadow Temple, but what you did there is put 3 bombs down really close to a load trigger and then slide up into it, and the bombs, they all have a little bit of collision that pushes you, and by having them all in one place, they give you a pretty decent amount of push, so much that it actually pushes you past the load trigger. And then so you completely skip the game loading the door, so you can just walk straight into Shadow Temple.
So you can do that trick that I did at the very beginning of this run to get past this gate again, but it's much easier to just do the puzzle.
A really cool mega flip there. You can mega flip and hit the ceiling, and the ceiling kind of causes an anti-gravity effect, so that Link is kind of stuck to the ceiling going all the way down that shaft, which is really cool. Looks like a really long mega flip.
And then I entered that room and then exited immediately. That was just to set my entrance to that door when I set Ferora's Winds. That way I didn't have to go all the way back to the beginning of the dungeon when I warp here. Otherwise, I would have to collect like all the silver rupees and do the puzzle. And I'm gonna set Ferora's Wind again here because we're gonna go into the deeper part of Shadow Temple, but we want a way to get back here as soon as possible. Definitely a more casual use of Ferora's Wind, but definitely still really useful and fast.
It definitely feels like we're getting to the point where we don't bother with puzzles anymore.
Yeah, we're
Yeah.
we're getting to the point where we don't really have to worry about them. We've got all of our items that we need. That was not close enough. All right. There we go. My cat is meowing at the door.
So this room in Shadow is really weird because it's the only room in a dungeon in Master Quest that is completely identical to the original. There's not a single change made to this room. I don't know if they forgot about it or thought it was hard enough or whatever, but there is not a single change in here. The pots have the same things, the chests have the same things.
They were just tired.
Yeah. The room's good enough, just leave it.
Yeah, they decided, I guess, that that room was the perfect room, and they couldn't beat it.
The masterpiece of Zelda dungeon design right there. Cannot be improved.
So that door is locked on the other side, but even though it's locked on the other side, I still need a key to open it.
Yeah, and also that weird shot to the ladder, that skips a pretty significant portion of the dungeon. You're supposed to, this is supposed to be the boat area is supposed to be a very late dungeon part. And you can get to that cage early, but that's supposed to be a shortcut that you can unlock later on. But then by weird shotting the ladder there, that lets you essentially use the shortcut way earlier than you're supposed to. And then that lets you get to this part backwards.
My favorite room, Master Quest, the boys. The boys and their Skulltula. Luckily, we still get to ride the boat, so that's a fun little, like, 45 seconds right there.
Do we also ride the bell?
I don't, because I avoided at least twice there now, so
Okay.
I will never do it again.
I also stopped doing it because I started failing it too much, so fair.
Showing
I
off
think
the
there's
hookshot wackiness.
yeah.
Yeah, the bell we're talking about is there's actually a thing you can do where there's like little bells on the side of the ship at the bottom that you can actually fall off the ship and land on and just kind of ride them the whole way, which is a cool thing to show off, but is scary and risky.
I feel like we failed enough things in this run already that aren't completely pointless, that if I failed that, I would feel like quite a clown.
I can see that.
Oh no. There we go. Getting that skull is really weird because it's like behind a wall, but you can't really see that until you like use the lens.
Yeah, this room is a bunch of invisible platforms, so it's kind of awkward to like. It's not too hard to navigate on the invisible platforms, but then like turning around and going to get the Skulltula and knowing like how far the wall is kind of weird. And then this boss door has a boss key skip to ledge clip past it. So she's gonna grab the ledge and then target right as she grabs the ledge. Is gonna turn Link towards the wall, clip into it, and then the bomb is gonna boost her through the wall and into the loading zone. So this bongo fight, you kind of just get ISG and then run into him, and he dies quick.
ISG is very broken.
Yeah, it not only does it do a ton of damage really quickly, but it also stun locks him, so he couldn't even get out.
I do like the visual of you just running face first into Bongo with ISG active.
Yeah,
and then taking damage.
Yeah, even when your sword is put away, your sword hitbox is still active. So you can still do damage even without the sword out. And then another Furrow's Wing cutscene skip here. This is going to be more like the Water Temple one, so it does not lead to a wrong warp. This is just going to be a cutscene skip.
And now we're just going to go straight to Spirit Temple.
With that song we got right at the start of the run.
Yeah, it's paying off now. Alright, so first thing we're going to get at Spirit Temple is the Mirror Shield, actually. We're just going to hover up the outside of Spirit Temple.
Yeah, so if you do this, hover here, and then you can turn around and try to go straight up. And there's a little part of standable ground here. And then from here, you can just barely walk up the seam and hookshot up to the Silver Gauntlets chest. Now, the Silver Gauntlets chest isn't actually what's important, but just hookshotting up to it lets you get up to this ledge. And then from this ledge, you can super slide to the other hand.
Come on.
And then the other hand over here is where the mirror shield is. The mirror shield is going to drop.
And then I'm gonna enter and then leave Spirit Temple here, so that way I have a place to set Farore's Wind on this right hand, or left hand, I guess. I definitely know right from left.
And that skips a lot of Spirit Temple, right?
Right, and this also just gives us
Yeah.
a really good, like, way to get in and out of Spirit and skip a lot of the dungeon. And I just do a Hess with hover boots right here, so that way I can get this heart piece on the top. And I'm also just gonna equip a bunch of stuff right here.
Yeah, you're going to get this heart piece is nice, because normally the way to get that is using a magic bean. And while we do need to get magic beans for 100% in this run, planting them and using them is kind of slow.
That bird will always follow you, so you have to make sure to kill it. These levers can be really annoying when you're trying to get this Skulltula. So I'm gonna get Nehru's Love, and then after that, I'm gonna use my Farore's Wind Warp Point to get right back to Spirit. Nehru's Love is a really cool item in this game that you like never get to use in speedruns.
Yeah, it just gives you invincibility. The interesting thing about it giving you invincibility actually is that the thing that makes stuff like super sliding and hessing and mega flipping and stuff like that work is actually the invincibility you get from your rolls. And Nehru's Love gives that same invincibility. So actually Nehru's Love makes those things like super sliding, hessing, mega flipping, it makes those things actually much easier. But it just takes too long to use, and you can do it without Nehru's Love anyway, so it's like it's kind of interesting in that way, but just like there's hardly anywhere to ever use it. There have been occasional, very rare uses of Nehru's Love in speedruns. There's been like one or two strats that have occasionally used it for like super slides in super tight places where you don't have room to set up a super slide otherwise. But otherwise, yeah, can't really make use of Neighbor Slope much. Picking up super slides is good for getting through that water jet.
Yeah, so we'll get 2 keys here real quick, and then we're gonna hook shot up here to where that rock was that I blew up earlier. And then we're gonna do 2 weird shots in a row here, one with the bow and one with the hook shot to make a chest up here, and then hook shot to it.
Yeah, there's some more nice puzzle skips. This is basically a shortcut to the main room of the dungeon. You're supposed to like have silver gauntlets and then use the silver gauntlets to open up a shortcut, but you can go through it backwards like this.
This little fire thing right here is interesting because if you just hold forward and roll through it, you won't get hit by it. But literally, if you like hesitate at all, you will get hit by it.
You're supposed to be able to. You're supposed to do like a bigger puzzle to get that Skulltula, but its hitbox just extends a little bit higher above the platform, so you can just long shot it from far away and not have to do anything special for it.
So now we're going through the adult side of Spirit backwards. And since we already have 3 keys, we can just go through all these locked doors.
This right here is a really awkward room. You have to grab all these silver rupees with this moving wall while a bunch of keys are attacking you. It's like actually probably one of the most challenging rooms in the game.
It's weird seeing you actually do a puzzle after the last, 2 hours or so of gameplay.
Yeah.
That was interesting.
Did the camera get messed up because you got hit by the keys there, or what was that?
Yeah, because getting hit by the keys and getting all the silver rupees while falling, and then like activating the cutscene.
Yeah, so if you don't do this room fast, you really pay the price for it.
Yeah,
Oh my
this is a
God.
rough room.
It can go either just like completely smoothly, or it can be literally the most hell-ridden room.
Yeah, that room is it's so trivial in vanilla, like you don't even think about it in vanilla, and then in this is like probably the biggest difference in difficulty between any room in vanilla and Master Quest.
Yeah, that just looks unpleasant to deal with.
And then this room, for some reason, has 2 Skulltulas in the same room. You're supposed to use the Iron Knuckle to break these thrones to get them, but you can just hookshot them. And you don't want to have these thrones broken because of this.
Yeah, so that is a Master Quest exclusive boss key skip. You can just use the thrones to clip out of bounds with a hammer slide, and then side hop into the loading zone.
Yeah, we're just super cool. I really love that BK skip.
Yeah, it's so awesome. And it's so much easier than the other boss key skip in the other room with like jump slashing the chain with the hammer.
Yeah,
I was really glad when I saw this strat.
Yeah, vanilla has like much more complicated strats for that. Sometimes you get the simpler stuff in Master Quest. And so that right there was a setup to get broken stick. So it's this thing where sometimes if you break a stick before hitting the ground, then your stick, you'll still be able to use the broken part of the stick as a weapon without continuously wasting your sticks. And this is so she can do a bunch of damage to the Iron Knuckle. And so she didn't kill the Iron Knuckle immediately. She wanted to get down to low damage and then drag it close to a wall to clip out of bounds. Then kill the Iron Knuckle with a bomb while out of bounds, so that she voids out, skipping this cutscene, and then you can go to Twinrova. And that skips a nice long cutscene of Nibiru getting sent to the Shadow Realm.
She also like got caught on that corner there, and I was a little worried. But luckily,
yeah, that was a little scary.
I managed to get it somehow. And now this is probably my least favorite boss in this whole game. Twinrova. It's literally just luck.
Yeah, this is every speedrunner's least favorite boss. It's luck, it's waiting, it's being frustrated at Twinrova not shooting at you. Just kind of annoying. It really sucks because this is a lot of people's favorite boss casually. Like casually, it's a really notable boss fight. A lot of people like it. It's really cool. As soon as you start speedrunning it, you realize like, oh my god, please shoot already. Please stop wasting my time. Please, like, it's just annoying. And so she's using the hookshot to make them stay in place. When you try to shoot a projectile at them, they kind of spin as like a dodging move. But you can use that to keep them in place to make it easier to shoot them.
Oh, there she is. So there's a chance after the last hit there that she will try and shoot again, and she will ignore the fact that she's supposed to go to phase 2 and just try to shoot again. So I hookshot real quick just to make sure that doesn't happen.
And then on this phase, the hookshot actually does speed up the fight. It actually makes her spin, which makes you go to the next platform faster. The previous phase, it was just for consistency. This one, it actually saves time. And then you can barely do enough damage to kill Twinrova in a single cycle.
And then we get a nice soulful cutscene of the sisters arguing. In case you really just wanted more cutscenes. This is on GameCube, yes. Master Quest was only released on GameCube. And 3DS, I guess.
Now one more Furrow's Wind cutscene skip here. Just warp away as soon as the fade out happens, and then again that gives you the medallion but skips the cutscene.
And then there's 2 more Skulltulas we have to get in Spirit real quick. Oh, I forgot to get the skull. I better do that first.
Yeah, so this glitch coming up is it's a really strange glitch that I don't think ever gets used in Villa. It's pretty much only used ever here in Master Quest. It's a really obscure thing. So you can, when you have something you just caught in a bottle, you can try to sort of play that item as an ocarina by targeting, shielding, and pressing that item, that bottle button. And then she was able to use that to play Zelda's Lullaby to escape the room there. But it also has a separate property where the next time you walk over a place that is prompting you to use a song, it'll instantly come up while you're walking around. And then she can play Zelda's Lullaby like this to walk around and then get this big puzzle here. So that room has a really annoying puzzle where you're actually supposed to use all of the regular songs to progressively open gates. Like you have to use Opponent's song and Songstorms and whatever to open gates until you get to that gate with Zelda's Lullaby that opens the door. And thankfully with that glitch you're able to like trigger the Zelda's Lullaby prompt without having to open that gate. So it's a really nice, really significant skip.
Yeah, that's definitely one of my favorite tricks in this run, just because the actual solution to that room is so stupid.
Yeah, and it just being like essentially a Master Quest exclusive thing. Like the glitch itself works in vanilla, but you'll never see it used in vanilla.
Interesting. Just barely didn't make it in time.
Aw, dang.
So I play Furor's Wind on that thing just to like save a little bit of the time of Furor's Wind going, just because Link can't move while he's doing that. And then right here I'm going to try and activate both these cutscenes at the same time. Well, I was going to try, but I messed it up. You can hit that switch and also light the eye at the same time, and it'll make both the cutscenes play and it'll let you move before the mouth like actually gets done going down. So this next room, it used to be the bane of my existence because the way that you used to get the Skulltula was so dumb. Like you had to do a really precise weird shot to get it, but now I found out that you can literally just hammer through these Song of Time blocks. I don't really know why you can just do that, but
This camera looks real wild.
yeah, well, I'm
Yeah,
basically
this-
like inside the blocks.
Yeah, it's a very strange room, and navigating like inside these Song of Time blocks is super weird. But
I
yeah,
kind
you're
of don't even
supposed
understand
to
why it works.
play Song of Time multiple times to get rid of all these Song of Time blocks until you finally get to the corner where the Skulltula is.
In this puzzle, we can just skip by having fire arrows. We can just light the torches instead of moving all the blocks. I'm just gonna do another ground jump right here to get up onto this ledge, and then there's one more Skulltula this way that we need to get. So I'm about to do something that's gonna look a little weird. I'm gonna play Bolero, and then I'm gonna Farore's Wind Warp right back to Dodongo's Cavern. This is literally just to fix, I think it's fixing the cutscene pointer so that way this wrong warp will work that I'm about to do. ZFG, if you know more about
Yeah,
the
yeah,
cutscene
I'm
pointer
pretty sure that's it.
shenanigans.
Yeah. I guess I'll explain a little bit about cutscene pointer
Yeah.
shenanigans when the wrong warp happens.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah, this is basically to make the game not crash.
Yeah.
If she didn't play Bolero there, the game likely would have crashed after an upcoming wrong warp.
Alright, and that's the last Skulltula in Dodongo's Cavern. Now we can go fight the boss. There is a bomb chest here that you can get if you're like low on bombs, but I have so many right now that it's kind of not even worth it. Dodongo, yet another really challenging boss. Very
Yeah.
interactive.
Not a whole lot to do. There's another one that like doing as adult makes you realize how small it really is. Like he looks way bigger as child.
Yeah, I've never noticed that, but Link's like almost as tall as he is.
It looks so much less threatening. So yeah, coming up is another wrong warp. So she's gonna try using Fro's Band on the edge of the blue warp again, and this is gonna warp her to somewhere completely different because the game is trying to start a different cutscene, and it's gonna try to play it in the wrong place. So we mentioned earlier how she played Bolero to essentially make the game not crash. That's because when a game is trying to start a cutscene, but there's not going to be a cutscene, it's going to end up trying to use data from the last cutscene watched. And sometimes that data gets corrupted and ends up being like some garbage data that could cause bad things to happen. In that case, if you saw, there was kind of a weird animation that kind of looked like a warp song animation. That's because it was using previous data from when she played Bolero. And that's just to make the game not crash. If it wasn't for that, other previous data probably would have made the game just decide to crash. And then, thankfully, this wrong warp goes straight to Gerudo Fortress, and then, or Gerudo Training Grounds, but inside the loading zone. So you immediately leave Gerudo Training Grounds, immediately get caught and thrown in jail. So now for Gerudo Fortress, there's 4 carpenters that you have to save by beating up these Gerudo guards. And it's kind of slow, they kind of talk forever. But yeah, you kind of just use ISG to beat up the guards relatively quickly. But this is a little bit of a slow section.
Yeah, and the guards, they like react really weirdly to ISG. Like they kind of do a lot of dodging and guarding, which I mean I guess makes sense because technically your sword is always swinging. But it can make the fight a little frustrating if they don't do what you want them to do.
Is there anywhere that you just absolutely do not want them going when they're dodging around that can like cause a problem?
If they get close to the loading zones, then that's a problem.
Yeah, they can actually jump into loading zones, yeah, and then you kind of have to just wait for them to come out to attack them.
You can get fights where they literally just block the whole time, and that is really preferable, but it can be hard to manipulate it. Yeah, so how Infinite Sword Glitch works is you cancel the crouch stab on the last frame of the animation. For some reason, the developers left it so that the last frame of the crouch stab animation will can be interrupted with other actions. And if you do that, the sword never stops swinging. So it just continuously swings forever until you do one of many things that will stop it. Alright, now we have the Gerudo card. And next thing we're going to do is go to Gerudo Training Ground and we're going to get the ice arrows. Unlike in vanilla, the ice arrows are like not in the second room of the dungeon, so you actually have to do a little bit of it. You still don't have to do like a lot of GTG, but you at least get to do more than vanilla.
Yeah, so in vanilla, the way you get ice arrows is it's in the middle of the room right in front of you here, which you're supposed to get with a bunch of keys, and then you can just use a weird shot to go straight to the end. It's right where this box is. But in this, you cannot just weird shot straight to the end. This is only going to lead to a switch, and this switch is going to make the ice arrow chest appear. You actually have to go all the way around to get up to that chest. You have to actually work for it.
Nice. I'm just gonna avoid here. It's probably the best move. Okay, so you can do a super slide with hover boots here to just skip this puzzle. And then the next room, you just have to beat some enemies.
This Iron Knuckle is actually in a like a perfect position to just cheese because he's on a slope, which makes it a lot harder for him to hit Link. So it just makes it. I mean, you can already like get really close and just crouch stab him anyway, but it just makes it even easier.
And then there's this magic drop right here that doesn't actually give you magic. I don't really know why it's there.
Yeah, it's really strange. It's there in vanilla too. It's just like some kind of leftover accident.
And now we got the ice arrows. And since that's the only thing we need in GTG, we can just leave right now. And we're set for Roar's Wind one last time. That for Roar's Wind is going to be useful later. We're not going to use it like right now, but pretty soon. All right, so now we're gonna call our horse once again. We need the horse for this next part. We only really use the horse when we absolutely have to, because she doesn't move very fast. Alright, so that first one was for the heart piece, and then the second one we have to get at least 1500 to get the big quiver. Okay, so since we have a glitched quiver, she's not going to actually give us the reward right now. And if I pressed A, I would actually open a fake chest that would give me the fire arrows. So I have to give myself. Oh, you're right. I should open it anyways. I'm going to do that.
Oh, no, don't bother, don't bother.
I'm going to do it. It's fine.
It's
funny.
Catch the fish.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay, yeah. For the fans.
For the fans, we got to do it. So
You just
it's
kick
not
her
a
in the
long chest
ankle.
animation. Yeah, so it's not a long chest animation since we already have the fire arrows, but she just becomes like a chest. It's very strange. Okay, so now I have to give myself the 30 quiver, so that way I can actually get this reward. So I'm gonna do RBA again with Kajiro on C right with fish, and that'll give me the 30 quiver. And then I'm gonna do a setup here so that way I load her for 1 frame and get the reward. And now I'm gonna roll down here without loading her. And that'll make it to where it doesn't actually set the flag that I got the reward from her, even though I did. So I can do this minigame again and get the reward again.
Yes, this is really neat because there's normally supposed to be 2 places to get quiver upgrades, one here and then one in the Kakariko archery. And you only need the highest upgrade for the 100% definition. So being able to get the being able to get a quiver upgrade twice from the same place is really nice, really convenient.
Alright, so now we got the biggest quiver. And now we're gonna go watch Light Arrow cutscene. So if you need to use the restroom, get something to eat, go walk your dog around the neighborhood like 3 times, now would be the time to do it. I just do 1 more RBA there to get 20 bombs. And now I'm gonna go to Temple of Time.
Yeah, and also, in addition to just getting more bombs there, it's also important to have Bottle MB when warping into this cutscene. So if you remember earlier, when getting Furrow's Wind on B for the first time, we mentioned how going back and forward in time with the Bottle MB will change your B button to be based on what Child Link had on C right. And so in this cutscene, there's a flashback. It's a flashback to when Zelda threw the ocarina into the water, which hasn't happened yet, but it's still a flashback in the game's lore. But yeah, that flashback actually does count as a trip to child and then back to adult, because all the cutscenes in this game are not pre-rendered. They're actually in-game engine. They're actually it's actually stuff happening in the game, and that flashback counts as going to child, going back to adult, which means it activates Bottle Adventure, which means because she had a bottle on B as adult, and going back to child and then going back to adult, the game is going to check Child Link's C right item and put something on B based on that C right item. So the last time she was a child, the item on C right was Rudo's letter, and Rudo's letter, as we mentioned earlier, points to the arrow count. Last time the arrow count was 13. This time, because we just got those quivers, the big quiver, now the arrow count is 50. So it's going to put item value 50 on B at the end of this cutscene.
I wonder what it
And
could
I
be.
guess, yeah, what could item number 50 be? We'll see later.
What item could we get right now that would even be useful? We've almost beat the game.
I'm actually trying to think, and I don't know. I can't figure it out.
It's something you probably wouldn't guess unless you already know for sure.
Yeah. You definitely would never think about it.
Wait, this is the part where everyone in chat is surprised that Sheikah's Zelda? Oh my god. Okay.
Oh my
we
gosh,
played
you
along.
pressed down B.
The worst move. It's the worst move Sheik has.
But it's the best move that Zelda has.
That's true.
All right, so yeah, here's the flashback. So again, this is actually counting as becoming child again. And then right here is going to become adult again, and this is going to activate Bottle Adventure and put on some new mysterious item on B.
There's some interesting guesses in chat, though none very serious. Oh, was there a serious guess? Okay, there was one.
There was one serious guess, but they were wrong. Alright, so item 50 is the Poacher's Saw. So if you remember, we still have to do the adult trade quest. We haven't even gotten past the blue chicken yet. And now we basically just get to skip like half of it.
Yeah, this is an item pretty late in the trade quest, and since we've been neglecting it all this time, it's because of this, because we can use this to skip so much of it.
You pretty much
And
only...
it's really good because, like...
Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, you pretty much only got to the blue chicken just because you can RBA with it, right?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, we're not intending to use that for actually going through the quest. It was just for RBA. But yeah, it's really nice to skip so much of it because the trade quest is like so much overworld movement of, you know how most trade quests are. It's like you have to meet this one guy in this one far off place and then go to another guy in this other far off place. And it's just adds a lot of extra travel time that we do not need. Now, one thing to mention though is that while this is late in the trade quest, this is not the final item in the trade quest, and there's a reason we can't actually just go to the last item in the trade quest. So, to get the claim check from Bigoron, we have to give him the eye drops, but he only accepts the eye drops if his eyes are itchy, and his eyes are only itchy if the item in your trade item slot is prescription or farther in the trade quest. And this is actually 2 items before prescription. So this is actually basically to get prescription, but we have to but he won't what, I forgot. Okay, yeah, we have to have Poacher Saw because this gets us the Broken Goron Sword, and then we'll only accept the Broken Goron Sword for prescription if we have Broken Goron Sword in the actual inventory slot, not on B. So if we had Broken Goron Sword on B, he wouldn't accept it. If we had eye drops on B, he wouldn't accept it. But if we have Poacher Saw on B, the guy who accepts Poacher Saw on B will accept it to give us Broken Goron Sword, which Bigoron will then accept. So it's kind of, we have to kind of figure out, okay, which NPC in the trade quest doesn't have this extra check that actually checks for your inventory and not just the item that you're giving. And then we kind of go from there.
When you turn in the Poacher's Saw, it'll remove the blue chicken, right? So you can't use that to RBA anymore.
Yep.
Right.
When we give the Poacher Saw to the guy, he's gonna actually put the real Broken Goron Sword in that item slot, and so Kujiro's gonna be gone.
Alright, so the thing that you're supposed to do here is you're supposed to kill all the enemies in this room to get past this part, but you can just hookshot that iron knuckle to get through the door, and there's just like a little position set up to do it, and I just let him hit me. You can do it without him hitting you, but like I have so many hearts at this point that it literally doesn't matter if I get hit or not.
Yeah, you kind of have to wait anyway, so just take the hit. And then, so the reason we're in Ganon's castle is there's one specific item in here, the gold gauntlets, that we need to get. So we're actually not ready to fight Ganon just yet, but do need to get this item. So in vanilla, the gold gauntlets are actually in the Shadow Trial. Here in Master Quest, they're in the Spirit Trial.
So I intentionally hit the wrong sun there to make this Wallmaster spawn. It's just gonna be a quick way to get out of this room after I get the gold gauntlets.
Oh, nice. That's like instant.
Yeah, it's much better than having to go back out the other way. And now I'm actually going to enter Ganon's tower, but not to go fight Ganondorf. I just have to be able to use Furor's Wind since it's not on B anymore, and it just happens to work in the tower, but not in the castle.
Yeah, really strange, like, usability there, only having it work in the tower, but not the trials area.
I appreciate the fashion souls of keeping the red tunic going the entire time.
I mean, you really don't have to equip another tunic after you equip the red tunic.
Yeah, so that Furor's Wind, where Furor's Wind was set there, was set specifically for this, so we can warp back after Ganon's castle to right here. This is where we need to find the NPC that accepts the Poacher Saw. Now I give it to him, and this is going to skip most of the trade quest. And cool mega flip down there. You can mega flip right to the little place with the heart piece. Skip climbing a big ladder.
Yeah, it's a long flip
And-
using the...
Yeah, and you have to be like right in the corner, or else you're not gonna land in the actual little cove there.
It's amazing how few of these we've seen, the save and resets.
Yeah. Like I said earlier, it's you really only want to do it when you absolutely have to. And actually in all of Adult 2, you can't, because if you save and reset, which you're about to see, if you don't have sword on B, you'll get stick on B.
Yeah, that would have been really bad with Fro's Wind on B for the whole thing, because if you somehow lost Fro's Wind on B, that's just really, really bad.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, we're just gonna get ball on B again as adults. And I think we all know by now, we're just gonna do another BA later. And also, this will give us 29 bombs, which will be nice for child. And that is all of Adult 2.
Right, I think that was where we were going to take our second and final break of the run.
Yes.
So we'll pause here once you get out. Just as a quick reminder, for these longer runs on Hotfix, we like to take wellness breaks and encourage everyone in the audience to do the same. We're going to get up, stretch, refill your water, just take care of yourselves. Sitting down for too long is not that healthy. So we're going to take an opportunity, take a quick break. We'll be back in just a few minutes with the rest of Ocarina of Time Master Quest 100%, so stay tuned. Welcome back, everyone, to the Community Spotlight. We are here for the final section of Ocarina of Time Master Quest 100% no RSRM, being run here by Claire Lynn D. We've got ZFG joining us on the virtual couch for commentary. We've been having a good time so far. Just finished our last wellness break. Just as a quick reminder, if you are not currently subscribed to Games Done Quick, we would appreciate it if you would consider subscribing, as Hotfix is funded in part thanks to subscriptions and bits, and that helps us continue to produce great content for you all. We've got, for the month of March, we actually filled up our calendar. We've got a show every night of the week. You can go to gamesdonequick.com/hotfix to check out everything we have coming up for you. And if you tune in tomorrow, 7 p.m. Eastern, we've got Time Capsule. It's run by Smooth Operative. It's a show about speedruns of games that were released in the same year. It's always a good time. If you haven't seen that show before, I definitely recommend checking it out. But with all of that out of the way, Claire, are you ready to get going again?
I am ready.
All right, why don't you give us a countdown?
Okay. 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, so first thing in Child 3 that we're going to do is get Saria's song, just because we got to get it at some point, so right now it's a pretty good time to do it. And then after that, we get to do Dampe, and Dampe is definitely probably one of the most infamous parts of 100%. He's basically just entirely luck. You can't really influence him at all, and he has to dig up a heart piece.
And everyone loves him, and he's great and fantastic.
Yes, everyone loves Dampe.
We
Are you
don't have
doing
channel
Safe
points,
Dampe?
so
I am doing Safe Dampe.
Okay.
I was gonna say we don't have
no channel points?
we don't have channel points, but I'm gonna put up a poll so people can make their guesses known.
All right.
Not even opening
Good,
the
good
casino.
consolation. We'll open the non-gambling casino.
Yeah. Well, what ranges do you think?
So the range we usually do is 7 or less, or 8 or more.
Okay.
All right, guys, get your votes in for Dampé.
What's it gonna be?
So before Dampé, there's still one quick heart piece to grab. So the chance for Dampé is 10% every time he digs. There's nothing to influence it. It's just when he digs, there's a 10% chance it pops out, and you gotta hope for that quickly. The one exception is that if you take Dampé around the graveyard, then it's always guaranteed by the 15th try. It doesn't affect any tries 1 through 14. Just means after 15 it's going to be guaranteed. But yeah, let's see how long it takes.
So is that one of those things
Well,
where
we'll
like
see.
you gotta spend time moving them around the graveyard so it wastes time just in case you get bad luck?
Yeah, so the way it works is if you just take him around the graveyard, he has a certain set number of rewards he can dig up. He can dig up 8 green rupees, 4 blue rupees, 2 red rupees, and a heart piece. And once he's exhausted all of the other non-heart piece options, then it guarantees the heart piece. The catch is that in most speedruns, to retry Dampé, we just reload the graveyard because it's faster than waiting for him to walk all the way around the graveyard. The problem is if you just reload the graveyard, then it resets his prizes also. So you get to retry him faster at the cost of potentially it taking forever for him to actually dig up the heart piece. But in a speedrun, we usually are expecting it before 15th try. And if you get worse than 15th try, your run's probably dead anyway. But in a setting like this, it's best to go for the safe method that at least caps out at 15.
Yeah, that makes sense. We've seen things go very bad on the GDQ stream enough
Yeah.
times that
Yeah, I'm
At
not
a-
gonna take any chances with that.
Yeah, at one of my GDQ runs, I actually did the safe Dampé strat and I got 15th try, so like I got worst possible luck.
Oh no.
And it could have been worse, and so at least I stopped it there. Alright, that's 3. Also, yeah, a fun thing people are mentioning in chat about OT3D. OT3D has a really fun change to Dampé. So in the original, there's actually a glitch with Dampé where if you dig up the heart piece but don't pick it up and then you leave and re-enter the area, you actually can't get the heart piece again. It's just gone forever and you didn't pick it up, so you just miss it permanently. So in OT3D, they wanted to fix this. You know, naturally they don't want people soft walking, not being able to get 100%. So they fixed it, except they fixed it too much, and you can actually get the heart piece infinitely. The game will never set the flag to permanently say that you've gotten the heart piece and to not dig it up again. So in OT3D, if you want infinite heart pieces, you just keep doing Dampé. And the OT3D community did this really funny thing with that, where they have every Valentine's Day they have this event called Dampé's Valentine, where they try to get all 20 hearts from entirely Dampé heart pieces, and there it is.
We did it.
Okay, that was what, 6th try?
Yes,
Or
6th try.
5th? Okay, yeah. Okay, that's okay. That's decent.
Definitely could've
Nevertheless,
been worse.
believers win.
We love the believers around here.
yeah, sadly no channel points on the GDQ stream, so we can't have Dampé's Casino for that.
The chat definitely loves the Dampé Casino.
Just a bunch of gambling addicts. Alright, so now we gotta start the mask trading quest. Or like actually finally get to selling the masks. So that's the first one. We gotta do Keaton mask, and then there's Skull Mask, Spooky Mask, and then finally Mask of Truth, which we need for 100%.
Yeah, in the vanilla version of this game, on BC, they actually can just get the spooky mask from Ass Chest instead of the fire arrows like you get in GameCube. And that's just like a really unfortunate change that I don't even know why it's like that.
Yeah, it's just due to like certain memory values being shifted. But yeah, that glitch earlier back at Gerudo Fortress where she like kicked open an invisible chest behind the Gerudo that happened to have fire arrows. In vanilla, that would actually be a Spooky Mask. But just because of weird little shifting numbers around ends up changing the item you get there.
Yeah, so we get to do the whole mass trade sequence, which is a lot of fun. And now we get to watch that cutscene that we already watched.
I don't remember who it was, but I remember seeing a video going through the math of that throw. Because that's like an impressive throw by Zelda there.
I've never seen the video.
I think I've heard of it. I don't think I've seen the video. I remember hearing about something like that.
She's got an arm, we'll put it that way. They were talking about like how fast the horse is moving, how far she threw from the horse to counteract, the speed of the horse and make it all the way to the moat.
Yeah, I remember seeing a video trying to like calculate how hookshot works or something, and like hookshot should in theory be ripping Link's arm off every time.
I have to say I love the genre of video of going extremely in depth into some silly thing that happens in a video game and how it would really be in real life.
Yeah, it's best when you kind of lean into the silliness a bit. It can be really fun.
Okay, so finally 4 hours in, we got all the spiritual stones and we got the Ocarina of Time. So now we can finally get the Song of Time and open the Door of Time and go adult.
Yeah, for the first time.
For the first time. But the funny thing is, even though we could technically open the Door of Time right now, it's still faster to just do Door of Time skip. So we're still not going to open the door, even though we technically can.
Yeah, the cutscene is just too long.
I feel like it's a running theme at this point, is you just skipping cutscenes, even relatively short ones.
Cutscenes take up too much time, man.
Yeah, we don't like cutscenes.
This game's got to speed it up.
So now we're gonna go to the Happy Mask shop and get the Skull Mask. Child 3 is pretty tame compared to other sections of the run. It's mainly just like finishing up the child stuff that we haven't done yet. So like mass trade quests, mini games, stuff like that.
Yeah, just a bunch of overworld movement and collecting.
And also Din's Fire, because we still have not gotten that. More cutscenes. We love them.
So
That's
this is a
just
cool
little
trick here.
setup, Yeah.
Yeah, this is a thing you can do to get out of bounds and like walk on these hills, which lets you get to these this area a little bit quicker instead of having to go all the way around the guards. There's this grotto over here. You're supposed to open with Song of Storms, and this has a skulltula in it. Kind of like one of the most out of the way skulltulas to get.
Yeah, the intentional backtracking kind of sucks.
Yeah.
I can't believe that mod hit. Alright, so that will give us the biggest seed bag, since we had that glitched seed bag earlier.
Then more market mini games. For Bomb Tree Bowling, because we already got the biggest bomb bag from the Rolling Goron in Goron City, we only need the heart piece, and that's perfect luck.
I can't believe that.
Yeah,
I
so
still have yet to get one of those in my runs.
yeah, Bomb Tree Bowling has 5 potential rewards, and it's random which one it starts on, but it cycles through those 5 in a set order. So starting on heart piece is exactly what you want. That is perfect luck. Because it means you don't have to waste your bomb chews like just intentionally throwing the other games to just get to the heart piece as quickly as possible. And then there's little angle setups you can do to just make hitting the bomb chew in the hole pretty easy.
Like how you play the song behind the old woman, so it looks like the old woman is just enveloped in a beam of light.
Yeah.
I don't know as if I've ever even looked at it. Pretty much anytime I'm like not having to play the game, I don't even look at the screen. So this is a casual
No.
strat, but for those who didn't know, you can just use the lens to solve this puzzle.
Yeah, just be a cheater.
Dang. Almost all up. I did YOLO that last chest without the lens. It just happened to be the heart piece. I was lucky. So I just save and quit here because it's the fastest way to get to Kokiri Forest. Nice.
Classic. You're not supposed to get over the bridge from this side, but you can do a mega flip to get over it. Quick way to get over here and talk to this guy and get the Deku Stick upgrade. I don't know, the map is still the same map, even coming from the Lost Woods Bridge.
And now coming up is another great part of the run. The Skull Kid Ocarina minigame.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. Yeah, so this is just a Ocarina memorization game. It's very slow and not very interesting. If you need to go get a snack, now might be a good time.
Yeah, we're gonna be here a while.
You guys ever play Simon Says? The most interesting thing you can do here is just hope that one of the songs they play is the same as a real song. And then as soon as it starts, you're like, oh, is this it? And then it's not. And then one note messes it up, and then everyone's sad.
You sound so dead inside when you tell that story, Ziochi.
It happens so often. Like, it's almost gonna be Song of Storms, and it's A down up, A down left. And it's like, no, dude, you just ruined the whole thing.
Yeah, the nice thing about having this minigame late is you don't have to do it as much.
Yeah, like in the current 100% route, which I'm running, you do this relatively early, which means it's right before Dampe too. So it's like both this and Dampe are relatively early, but that means you have to do this and Dampe all the time. And it's just like, dude, can I not do this sometimes?
Oh, I get it. So that like you're not doing it as every time you reset in this route.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah, like when it's really late in a run, at least you're only doing it on runs that are like probably gonna PB or at least finish. But in the current 100% route, you've got to do this like even on your kind of mediocre runs that it's just like only an hour in. It's just, well, you gotta do it.
Yeah.
You gotta do it to get to Dampe. Oh wait, is this Oath to Order?
It was almost. It was so
No,
close.
dude.
You shouldn't have said
Almost.
anything.
I shouldn't have said it.
What a finish. Oh, that's our way.
I'm pretty sure they can play What You Make Is the Scarecrow song. I don't see why they would have a check for that otherwise. It wouldn't like make you play the Scarecrow song mid-game anyway. It wouldn't activate properly. Just like any normal song wouldn't activate normally. Yeah, that's sold out in the pause menu that appears when you've sold the masks you've rented for the shop. Fun fact about sold out, if you are somehow able to equip it using glitches, it acts like the Master Sword.
Really?
Yeah.
So obviously we're doing cleanup on like heart pieces, but how are we doing on other objectives? Like what all do we have left at this point?
Literally all that's left is for adult we have to get Big Goron Sword and beat Fire Temple, and then for child it's literally just like finishing the mass trade quest, getting heart pieces, stuff like that.
Yeah, so once the child section's over, the adult section is going to be pretty quick. Just like, pretty much just Big One Sword, Fire Temple in the end, right?
Yep, that is the same as vanilla.
Yeah, so we're approaching the end here.
Now we
Approaching the final stretch.
get more songs.
Yeah, we get to play more.
Yeah.
It's crazy how that works out.
So you can actually not equip swap Sold Out. Sold Out is a weird item that because it's both not equipable as both adult and child, it specifically like just won't ever let you equip it. And so even the way how like equip swap usually bypasses the age check, it doesn't do it for that because both ages say no to it. But you can still equip it using other glitches. You can use Bottle Adventure to get it on B. I think there's also some weird mass trade quest shenanigans you can use to get it on a C button. You could even use SRM if you want to go that far.
I feel like at this point, like everything that's been done with SRM, you could just sort of safely assume there's a way to make anything happen with SRM if people want to put in the time.
Almost. It definitely has its limitations, but it's ridiculously powerful.
Alright, no more playing a bunch of songs. We're done. We're done with that. So there's an owl over here that, like, I think he, like, tells you that the Zoras live in Zora's domain or something. And you can actually just skip his text by getting a ground jump and getting ISG with the ground jump. And then you can kill the Skulltula like this, and you'll never have to talk to him.
Yeah, and the important reason for ISG there is because a ground jump prevents you from using your sword, but the Skulltula is in the range of where the owl can talk to you. So you need the ground jump to not talk to the owl, but you need to kill the Skulltula, but you can't use your sword because of ground jump, so you have to add in ISG there too. Which makes it a pretty cool, like, combination of glitches to get past a weird obstacle.
Alright, so now we're gonna get the spooky mask, and then we're just gonna immediately deliver it. There's really, like, nothing else left to do. There's stuff in Gerudo Valley, and that's about it. The closer you get to having done everything, the less there is that you can, like, do on the way to doing things. Like, a lot of this route is doing as much stuff on the way to doing other stuff as possible, but once you get to this point, it's kind of just finish what you got left to do.
Yeah, it'd be nice if we could, like, move this to an earlier place, like maybe around where Dampe is done, but then Dampe having a specific time requirement, like you have to go to Dampe before past midnight, and then that kind of interferes with it because that means you can't use Sun Song to get to Dampe, which means you can't, like, turn in the mask to this guy and then just use Sun Song. So there's some, like, route complications for making this simpler also.
Yeah. That's one
So
nice thing
some parts...
about vanilla is getting Spooky Mask really irons out a lot of the child section and having to just go to one place to do one thing.
Yeah.
Someone in chat was asking about, like, exhibitions of some of the more wild glitches in this game, and I know ZFG has done a couple glitch showcases during GDQs, including this last AGDQ. So you can probably look up that one if you haven't seen it.
Yeah, if you want to see cool glitches, just look up, like, GDQ glitch exhibitions over the years. There have been quite a few, and they show off some pretty neat stuff. OT glitches, like, the stuff you see in speedruns is already pretty crazy, and then the stuff you can do that doesn't really help speedruns, but it's just fun to see in general, can be even crazier.
Oh my god, the ears while you're super sliding.
Yeah. This is a fan favorite, Hess. The bunny here, the bunny hood ear flopping.
Yeah, it's just another thing that's, like, so amazing about this game is that it's just so broken that there's tons of glitches that aren't even useful for speedrunning that are still really cool.
Dude, you could have the Tektite Super Swim. I'm like 90% sure that was. I was like 90% sure that was the right positioning, I think. So just a few more things in this area. Skulltula over here, and then going over to Gerudo Valley for I think 2 more Skulltulas and 2 more heart pieces, or no, 1 more heart piece.
Yeah, one
We already
more
got the waterfall one. Cool little setup for killing this Skulltula with a bomb chew. Saves a little bit of time because trying to use the boomerang to kill it's pretty slow. And that jump slash just barely lands you down here. You don't have to use the Cuckoo to fly down here. Then 1 more RBA that's just gonna refill bombs. Is just doing this while waiting for the bugs to dig in.
Yeah, it doesn't really waste a ton of time, and having 29 bombs for the last part of the game is definitely really nice.
Yeah, that's more than you need, right?
Yeah, that's way more than I need. So now we're just gonna get Mask of Truth, and then we can go adult.
Yeah, it's really funny. Chat's talking about glitches still and arbitrary code execution and how recently Paper Mario runners discovered you can use arbitrary code execution in Ocarina of Time to write RAM to the expansion pack and use that to do arbitrary code execution into Paper Mario.
Yeah, I heard about that.
one.
That's so amazing. The double arbitrary code execution shenanigans.
Yeah, it was so interesting to watch, just doing Ace and OT twice just makes it work in Paper Mario.
Yeah. Okay, so going to adult again. So this is gonna do another bottle adventure, which means another mysterious item on B, and this time it's this item
What?
on D. This is missing, no?
Looks like a glitch item.
That would be correct. That is a correct
Yeah.
guess. So that's item. What is it like? 250 something?
253.
53. Yeah. So the regular items in this game. So there's a total number of 256 total items, but only about 60 of them are like legitimate items that you can actually equip. After that, it's a bunch of weird glitched items. And one interesting property of about a fourth of the glitched items is that about a fourth of them act like eye drops. Eye drops being the last item in the trade sequence for Big Oron Sword. And this is one of them. This glitched item, when she presses B, will actually pull out eye drops. Now, again, as I mentioned earlier, eye drops, you can't just give eye drops to Big Oron and just skip the whole trade sequence because it actually checks for your adult trade item slot if you have prescription or higher. And right now she has adult trade or Broken Goron Sword. Luckily, Broken Goron Sword is the one before prescription, so she gives him Broken Goron Sword after playing Sun Song. So he gives him Broken Goron Sword. Gonna get prescription for this. And so this is prescription to go get eye drops from King Zora. But then now that prescription's in the inventory, you can just give him the glitched eye drops. And then he's all fine. The totally legit, not knockoff eye drops.
Yeah. That thing that we have on B, putting it in your eyes, apparently makes it feel really good.
Wow, that's okay. Based on your explanation earlier, I thought we were gonna have to actually complete the trade quest, but that's a cool skip. I like that.
We know our way how to the game has a lot of checks to make sure you don't skip stuff, and then we figure out the holes in the checks. And we tell the game, no, we're still gonna skip your stuff. But we do still have to wait the 3 days.
Yeah, it's definitely pretty funny that just playing Sun Song 5 times in a row here is faster than like waiting actually 3 days and then going and doing other stuff and then coming back.
Yeah, a big issue with that is that it takes so long to get up to Big Oron because you have to like warp song and then climb up Death Mountain Crater and stuff like that. It'd really only be worth it with Furrow's Wind, and even then, a lot of routes just couldn't really do that. In fact, at least for vanilla OOT, only the literal most recent 100% route is the only time we've ever actually been able to come back after waiting 3 days instead of playing Sun Song. And that's only a route that's a few months old. And we've been like, for years, we've been thinking, wouldn't it be faster to just go do something else to wait 3 days instead of playing Sun Song so many times? But only in the most recent route has it actually been reasonable to do that.
Was that in vanilla
Yeah.
or
But
in
anyway,
Master Quest?
That's for vanilla.
Okay.
But yeah, back to Master Quest. We are in the final dungeon, which is, of course, Fire Temple.
Of course. As if it would be any other dungeon.
Yeah, Fire Temple, these days in Ocarina of Time speedrunning, Fire Temple is actually a pretty common last dungeon in a lot of different speedruns. Mainly because of the wrong warp you can do at the end of it, which will be pretty important, that we'll get to. But before that, lots of Skulltula collecting. We already have the hammer that was gotten way earlier, right at the beginning of the run. So this time going through Fire Temple is pretty much just Skulltula collecting. These should be the last 5 Skulltulas too, right?
Yep, these are the last ones. And these rooms are pretty interesting because in vanilla, they're all just like switches that you press on to open the gate and then you get a key. But as you saw in the first room, there was a Skulltula in there. And this one does have a key, but at least there's like a little bit of a puzzle. So you have to light the torch. So that's a little interesting. Get it by the fire, because why not? And then that block is already pushed down, so you can literally just side hop onto it. And there's just a hammer power crouch stab with the sword. since hammer was the last thing I swung, I can just crouch stab that switch with sword and it'll work.
This door puzzle is really interesting. So what you're supposed to do there is grab a box all the way on the other side of the room and have the box hold down that switch. But again, with Master Quest's oversights, that switch is so close to the door, you don't really need to try very hard to open it before it closes.
So that one's not even glitches to keep it pressed a little bit longer. It's just stand on it
you
and
just
go open the
literally
door.
walk on it and
Yeah.
walk off.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure glitchless would allow that.
I just hit that guy there so that way he doesn't hit me off that thing.
I hate that torch slug.
Sometimes he can be like right under the little hook shot thing and he'll just knock you off no matter what.
So is that sword hit like the warning shot across the bow?
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to save and reset here just to do the same thing with my cutscene pointer that I did in Dodongo's Cavern.
Yeah, the title screen actually counts as a cutscene, and so when the title screen comes up, it sets the cutscene pointer. And so this is just more making sure that the wrong orb doesn't crash stuff. Because of complicated technical details.
And then that puzzle is very simple. Just literally shoot it, the thing with a fire arrow.
Seems like an odd puzzle for the fire temple, given that so much is already on fire.
Yeah, there's interestingly a lot of stuff in this dungeon that kind of suggests that maybe you could do water first, which I think is pretty neat. Alright, and this is the last gold skulltula in the game.
This is one I really like. This strat is pretty interesting. So the ceiling here is actually a floor above and is only solid on the top and not the bottom. So you just hookshot through the floor there.
That's really
I'm
cool.
just gonna set Ferror's Wind here to be safe.
Yeah, you're supposed to go through like several more rooms to get up there and then grab the Skulltula, but just shoot through the ceiling. And then a boss key skip here. You can do a ledge clip right here. And this happens to be almost directly above the boss door, way down at the bottom. So you just do a ledge clip and jump slash. And then that hits the boss loading zone.
One thing that's kind of sad is since you get Big Goron Sword so late, it's kind of like not even worth it to use it in this run.
Yeah, it's pretty unfortunate. So for the Volvagia fight, there's actually 2 hitboxes for Volvagia, one that pops out of the holes and one that flies around. And the hitbox for the one that flies around goes under the last hole it flew into, which at the beginning of the fight is the one right in front of you. So you see she's just dropping bombs on this little hole here, and this is actually damaging Volvagia. And this should do enough damage so that, oh, I missed a little bit. But that does a bunch of damage so that Volvagia should be able to go down in one hit after being stunned. It can't kill Volvagia though. Volvagia always needs to be stunned at least once with the hammer to do the killing blow.
Alright then.
Interesting. Oh no.
Yeah, so a little strat you can do here is just hang on the side of this platform and Volvagia won't hurt you.
So what dictates how often Volvagia flies away? Is it damage thresholds or just luck?
It's how much damage
so
she's taking.
yeah, it's damage, and after you do one stun with the hammer and actually hit her after stunning, then she'll always fly after that. And then otherwise it's or if you like stun her and then not attack her too many times, then she'll also go flying. Okay, there we go. Alright, so here's the last heart container, and then instead of going into the blue warp right away, this is going to be a setup for the next and final wrong warp. And this is a pretty complicated wrong warp, so what she's going to try to do is try to hit the loading zone for leaving the room. So when you enter a boss room, normally you're not supposed to go back out through the boss door, but there is still a loading zone, and it does still go back into Fire Temple. And so what she's going to do is try to go out of bounds and hit that loading zone from behind, and then also hit that loading zone at the same time that the blue warp is trying to start the next cutscene and cause a wrong warp. And she's also going to use the blue warp being loaded, like causing this floaty property, to get a really big jump. And this jump is going to go up to the boss door, like inside the door frame. And then do a little setup. Try to hit the door, the loading zone at just the right time. And then it caused the wrong warp to Ganon's castle. And now here in Ganon's castle, there's a trick to skip pretty much the entire escape sequence with a really precise hover. So she's gonna start doing a bomb chew hover here. And you have to do a really precise sequence of hovers. It isn't just, should be able to just retry it. So there's a really precise sequence of hovers. It's not just about height. It's actually about being in a really specific position. And then you should be able to clip out of bounds with this. Then you can slide hop out of bounds, jump slash. And this puts you all the way at the bottom of the tower. And then from here, you can go straight to the end. And not only does this skip so much of the collapse skip sequence, but it also skips the cutscene of starting the collapse, which itself is really long. Oh no.
Hello? Where am I?
Where are we?
It's very easy to get lost in this part.
Yeah. This whole area is unloaded, so you can't see where you're going.
I'm going up. Okay, I know where I am. There we go.
Okay.
Oh, you keep sliding after that. That's cool.
Yeah, if you start a super slide through a cutscene and just keep holding shield, you just keep going. And now there's one more interesting thing that just happened, or more specifically that didn't happen. There's normally a cutscene of the whole tower collapsing, and that just didn't play. So one interesting quirk of skipping the beginning of the tower collapse sequence is that there's a certain flag that keeps track of whether or not it should play the castle collapse cutscene. And that normally gets unset if you start the collapse skip and then set or start the collapse and then set when you finish the collapse. And that's so like if you have to redo it, the cutscene doesn't play again. This flag is for some reason shared with the flag for getting caught in Gerudo Fortress. And so the fact that we got caught in Gerudo Fortress and had that flag set means that the cutscene didn't play. And again, normally the collapse starting would unset that flag, but because we skipped the collapse starting, the flag wasn't unset, and so you just get a free cutscene skip because you got caught in Gerudo Fortress.
That's wild.
And then here in the game, yeah, it's pretty crazy. And then here in the Ganon fight, by doing a super slide into the fight and just keeping the shield up through the entire cutscene, even though it looks like Ganon knocked the Master Sword away, you'll actually be keeping it on B. Because like the animation tied to it didn't play, so that you don't actually lose it. And this is really cool because in the first phase of the fight, normally all your weapons are reduced to 1 damage, except for Master Sword and Deku Sticks, because they're items that you're not supposed to use on Ganon in the first phase, because you're not supposed to use Deku Sticks because you're not Child, and you're not supposed to use Master Sword because it got knocked away. But that means that because their damage is not reduced, they beat up Ganon pretty quickly. And then the last phase is kind of normal. Just fast.
Alright, we did it.
And time is when Link starts slashing the head.
Yes, when the cutscene plays. Alright, that's time. And there you have it.
All right. GG.
We did it. We finished the run. I hope you guys enjoyed it. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was nice.
It was cool.
It was the little scuffed at parts, but you know, we made it through.
It was a cozy speed run. This was a lot of fun. Thanks for coming on. Where can people find you both if they want to see more Ocarina of Time stuff? And what do you do besides Ocarina of Time?
So right now I am just grinding Master Quest right now. I want to try and get a time that's pretty good. My Twitch is ClairLynD, and then I also have a Twitter and a YouTube. Those are both ClairLynD as well. So it's really easy to find me. And then ZFG.
Yeah, I'm running 100% on vanilla right now. And Yeah, just ZFG1 on Twitch. I basically only do OOT ever. Sometimes I do OOT ROM hacks.
That's different.
Yeah.
I only play the official OOT ROM hacks, such as Majora's Mask.
Master Quest.
I love the official ROM hacks.
Yeah, they're pretty good.
Would you call them ROM hacks or Kaizo? Because they're rearranged.
It's definitely not Kaizo.
No, not hard enough for Kaizo.
But yeah, that's all I got.
All right. Well, thanks to both of you for being on. This was a lot of fun. If you enjoyed the Zelda night we had tonight with Master Quest, if you look back on our YouTube on Friday, we kind of had a link to the past night with Game Masters and Challenger approaching. So if you missed that and you want to see some more Zelda content, you can check out our YouTube. It should be up either today or in the next couple of days. I don't know exactly when it's going to go live. But that was a lot of fun too if you want to see some more Zelda content. Make sure you tune in tomorrow for Time Capsule, starting at 7 p.m. Eastern, show about speedruns that were released in the same year, hosted by Smooth Operative. It's a good time if you've never seen that show before. But besides that, we will be back next week on the Community Spotlight for a cartoon game show. And of course, if you have any games you would like to showcase on the Spotlight, you think you know a game that doesn't get as much attention as it deserves, you can type !Spotlight in chat, and there's a form you can fill out and let us know that games that you think would be a good fit. But with that, we are going to take another quick break, and then we're going to raid someone. So if you want to see some more speedrunning content, we're going to send you on the way to someone else who's doing some speedrunning tonight. And then we'll see you tomorrow.